SCV good to go, sir. Reporting for duty. Orders received.
Battle cruiser operational.
Reporting for duty. Reporting for duty. SCV good to go, sir. Orders, Captain?
Battle cruiser operational. Battle cruiser operational. Battle cruiser operational.
You want a piece of me, boy? You want a piece of me, boy?
Da 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 down, da 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 down. I'm about to drop the hammer and dispense some indiscriminate justice.
Additional supply depots required.
Ready to roll out.
Rock and roll. You want a piece of me, boy?
Reporting for duty. SCV good to go, sir.
Identify target.
Need a light? Discovery, go at throttle up. Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh, is that my cue? Hey, what up? How you doing? How you doing, everybody? Fire the DJ. No.
Discovery,
Oh,
go at throttle up.
Hucky! Mary Chadmas? Mary Chrysler? Hello. Hope you had a nice holiday with family. Thanks, man. You as well.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I gifted another sub. Okay. Where's DJ? Well, we couldn't. Ran out of music to play, so. We had to let him go. We had to trim the fat from the company. We had to trim the fat.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Why are you redeeming the...
Discovery, go at throttle up.
All those sandwiches. Yeah. I did it so you don't have to deal with it for another however long. Oh, okay. Thank you.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Arc Blue. Tier 3, 37 months. Well, look who's back. Mary Chrysler. Damn, man. That's a tier 3. Thanks, dude. Oh, Grab Shark's here too. Toki gifted another sub to Linfreud. Linfreud, congratulations, my friend.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Etimos Prosoborzi. What's up, Chief? What up, Chief? Alright. What am I doing? Oh, yes. Since we're doing a hype train, are we doing a hype train? I just got here.
Discovery,
Juicebot.
throttle up.
And Juicebot, don't think I didn't see that sub that you gifted over Christmas break. Don't think I didn't see that. I saw it. I am the all-seeing. Ow. Drop that. I'm the all-seeing, all-being guy. Lurkers get subs, my guy. When does this happen in the movie? I guess you are the hype. Hi, Lurkers. We see you. Yes. Okay. Man. Taking me a second to kind of get back into this. All right, what are we doing? I'm building a supply depot still. Oh, I got a new hat, by the way. Yeah, got a new hat. Thought you guys would appreciate it. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's a pretty good hat.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Whitney, how are you? Merry Christmas. Where's the Ferrari hat? It's not the circus. Nice, RJ. Looks good. Oh, yes. That's a nice hat you
Go
got
and throttle
there.
up.
It's a shame if someone had you switch it. Good, and you, Merry Christmas. Everything is good. I can't complain. I got a bunch of power tools for Christmas, so that's good. Got a bunch of power tools. Yeah. It's pretty sweet.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
This guy predicted the future. Yeah. Yep. The GIF reply on Twitter was Chef's Kiss, by the way. You. Oh. I got a torque wrench and a small ratchet set. Pretty stoked. What did I get? I got an electric ratchet, which is pretty sweet. It's pretty ratchet. Did you guys hit up the P.O. box recently? I don't know. I'm not saying when I'm going to the P.O. box, dudes. We'll go when we go. Update on the Soyuz situation. You linked that already.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Ooh, Hoagie gifted us up to Puzzle Solver. Sweet.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Alright. I need more unsubbed regulars. Your support is unwavering. How was Xmas? It was good, man. Everything was good. Everything was good. I had a good Christmas. No drama. It's very nice. Level 2 hype train. All right. Did all the repairs on the ISS go well? They installed the new solar panel. Yeah. And ow. In terms of Soyuz, yeah. You saw Neil deGrasse Tyson scammed people with a space game. Okay.
Discovery, go and throttle
I
up.
don't know what that means, but alright. Hokey gifted the sub to Kuro Dev. I don't know if Kuro's a regular viewer. You got a telescope for Xmas? Oh, that's good. Nice. So how was the power for you? Out long? Did you need the generator?
Discovery, go and throttle up.
I didn't have anything really set up, Tessa. So by the time I got everything set up for the generator, the power came back on. A telephone pole up the street. A telephone pole up the street blew over. And they had to shut off. They had to shut off the power to fix it. I'm good, Nova Raptor. How are you? What are we doing with Kerbal now that you are back? I don't know. Let me get my bearings here, and then we'll go.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
The mock-up at Gateway to Halo module. Nice, that's cool. The mock-up for the Halo module is at Johnson. Cool, cool. Funny we call them telephone poles. Okay.
Discovery,
Does it
go
not
and
carry
throttle up.
telephone lines? Huh? Riddle me that, Jimbo. Wait, do telephone lines still exist? Yeah, they do.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Yeah. Ah. Oh, man. He promoted a game and the developer stole $300K from crowdfunding and disappeared. Oof. Hey, Warder, what's going on, man?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hoki's just doing his thing. That's just a shame.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Okay. Same old stuff, different day. Avoiding work as much as possible this week. Yeah, me too. How's the blizzard? Missed us completely. We just got a lot of wind. It missed completely. Yep, didn't even get near me. We did have power go out for a little bit on the day before Christmas Eve, but
Discovery,
yeah, it's
go
all
at
good.
throttle up.
Hokie wants 1540 gift subs. Oh, okay, Kelly. Hello, EJ. How was your Christmas? It was good, man. It was good. Literally no complaints. I got power tools. I got like a set of wrenches, and I got a rubber mallet, and an electric ratchet, and
Discovery, go at throttle up.
yeah. Hokie gifted a sub to not Nathoki. Nathoki, not Thoki? Is it still super cold up there? No, it's 33 degrees, dude. Yeah. That cold snap, man, damn. It was crazy. But yeah, everything's good. Your stuff should be there tomorrow night. Oh, thanks, Sawyer. Right on. So, for what it's worth, I haven't checked the toolbox, no. Or toolbox. P.O. box. Toolbox? I need more coffee. I need more coffee. I've decided, like, just now. What should we expect for space events before the end of the year? More coffee. I need more dunks, guy.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Okay, more coffee. More coffee is needed. It's too early for this. Just
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Okie, just, you know, on top of like the 30 subs that you just gave, just money. Whatever. Hey, Chris, 28 months. As a new guy here, hi, what are you planning on doing now? Hey, Teddy Freddy. I stream Kerbal, but Teddy, I'm going to be like 100% honest with you. I'm still like coming down from the like the vacation thing, so dude, if I told you I don't know, I don't know what I'm doing right now, would that be okay? Like, would that be all right? Because I have no idea what's going on. I'm so out of it right now. Are we ready to send up the first station piece? No. No. To be fair, who even knows what they're doing? Yeah. I'm not even supposed to be here today. Dude, I needed another day off. Teddy, I'm not gonna lie to you. So what do I usually do? I use Kerbal. I'm a STEM streamer, dude. I use Kerbal to teach people about rockets and teach people about, you know, how they work, how they fly, how they move around in space, stuff like that. Also, just certifiable space and car freak here. So, yeah. I usually try to find STEM games to teach people about stuff. Teach people about cars. Like if we play Beam, right? The new expansion came, or not new expansion, the new patch came out for Beam. I used to teach people about suspension and how it works and crumple zones and just physics and whatnot. But right now we're playing Kerbal. I'm kind of on a Kerbal kick because KSP 2 is coming out sooner rather than later. February 23rd, or February 24th, 2023. So, yeah, we have... Yeah, what I'm trying to do is send off Kerbal in style, so... I'm building out a new station, and I built a new shuttle. Just remember the Archie shoulders. I built out a new space shuttle here, and I've been using it to launch stuff into space. Beam got an update again. Yeah. Yeah, they added like 5 new vehicles. It's the biggest update that Beam has had. So I used my shuttle to build out. I used the shuttle to build out stuff. We haven't really built much in space just yet. I've started to save relatively recently. KSP username, yes. I bought BeamNG. I love it. Someone asked, okay, so what do you do? And I had no answer. Yeah. Yeah, Croft, I know what you mean. I know exactly what you mean, yeah. So what does this game do? Whenever I stream it, dude, I get that question all the time. So what do you actually do in this game? Well, it's quite simple, actually. It's there's cars. That's what you do. How do you not know that or something? So I do have some side news for you guys if you want. So Brimo and I may or may not have, and this is kind of the reason why I'm a little tired. Brimo and I may not have like stayed up super late last night. Brimo's my fiance for the people that don't know. So we're working in our basement in the house. We're working on setting up, not an arcade, but it's pretty much an arcade. So we have all the setup for trains too, Hilness, trains too. We basically bought shelving for all the different consoles that we have, and we're setting up a system to be able to play like every console that we have. We have like 16 different consoles. So what we did last night was we inventoried everything and we bench tested everything. We had to bench test everything. So I can in fact confirm that our NES, SNES, N64, GameCube, PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3, Xbox, Xbox 360, Xbox One all work, which is nice. That's pretty good. Yeah. That doesn't play Crysis. I don't think an NES can play Crysis. We have a PS3. The PS3 is... my Gamecast does work. I couldn't find the power cable for the PS4. That's what it was. The PS3 was working. I loaded up GT5, Gran Turismo 5. I bought my car in GT5 and was driving it around the Top Gear test track in GT5, which is pretty cool. In terms of games that we bench tested on either system, so on the NES we played Super Mario 3, which I'm just really bad at. Yeah. On the NES we played Super Mario World. On the N64, I had Episode 1 Racer plugged in. GameCube, we played Mario Kart Double Dash, which is... I've never played that before, believe it or not. I played the original Mario Kart on N64. Double Dash is fun. That's a good time. You have CRT. Oh, yeah, we do. CRT with a built-in VCR, homie. When we get it all nice and neat, I'll show you guys. That's why I didn't take any pictures. Yeah. So, what we did, dudes, we have an RCA to HDMI adapter. And the interesting thing is that I know good and well what happens when you plug the NES into like a big flat screen TV. What happens? It doesn't really work very well. But Storm, there's like super bad input lag. We got this RCA to HDMI adapter, and whatever it does, Eliminates the input lag. I was playing Super Mario 3 on a 65-inch TV, flat screen the other day, yesterday, and there was no input lag, which was... That was ridiculous, man. It was, I'm like, damn, that's too big. Yeah, I mean, it was cropped on either side because the aspect ratios, right? But, dude, it worked. It worked. It worked, man. It was nuts. I can't believe it worked. Yeah. But I also have my CRT television. I saved the CRT because I have two CRT televisions at my parents' house. One of them we have here. So one I brought, and then I have another one. It's a 20-inch CRT, which is 20-inch CRT Gen 1 flat screen, which will work. It'll work just fine. Dude. Okay, so first of all, those things are heavy those things are super freaking heavy because screen. Second of all, I saved these televisions because I had a feeling that
Discovery,
the new TVs wouldn't play them very well. So I saved them. And that's the reason why I saved my VCR. I have the only working VCR around in my entire family. I saved the VCR. So I have all the VHS tapes, dude. Dude, it's pretty sick. Is it a Trinitron? I don't think it's a Sony Trinitron. It might be. MZ, tier 3, 35 months. Merry Christmas button. That indeed. Yeah, Tessa, there was no input lag. Dude, I will show you. There probably is a little bit, but it's not as bad as I remember. Yeah, Hokie, we want to do that. That's kind of the reason why we set it up. So, I'm not sure if you're interested in this, but high def NES. Uh-oh. Well, I have two NESs, dude, to believe it or not, because I got one for helping my buddy move a little while back. You can make the NES output in high def. Oh, boy. Oh, that's cool. That's cool, man. It's a built-in HDMI mod. Cool. Hope you had a good one. I'm still in a food coma. Dude, I kind of am too. You should has holes in the universe. Well, I figure we'll wear the Christmas shirt for a little bit longer. But yeah, it is crumbing out, which does suck. They have all kinds of crap for ridiculous amounts of consoles. Yeah. Dude, my Gen 1 Xbox still works. Which is I was really happy about that. It is an original Gen 1 Xbox from November of 2001, and it still works. And I have the Dukes, too. You can RGB output mod pretty much any of the old machines. Cool. Yeah, the Dukes, man. The hard drive hasn't died? Nope. It's a straight pickup off of the graphics. That's cool, man. That's cool. You need remove the battery from your Xbox battery leak. It's a shame what happened to Nakatomi Plaza on Christmas Eve. Good thing that NYPD cop was there trying to reconnect with his estranged wife. Yep. Yeah, my PlayStation works. What did I put into the PlayStation? What game did I play? Yeah, like you guys were there for this.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I put something in there. So she said. Dude, we played so many games and I bench tested so many freaking consoles yesterday. I don't remember what game I put in. I don't remember. Ace Combat. Yeah, I put Ace Combat in there. Shattered Skies, man. Yeah, that's what I put in there. Yeah. That's what I bench tested the PS2 with. It worked fine. Yeah, it's great. I took very good care of all my stuff, man. So, yeah, we, oh, excuse me. I'm still getting back into it. Give me a second. We will jump into Kerbal. You have my word. Mobius 1. Fox 2. Yeah. Are there any games you wish you had? Did you ever have Spyro? No. The game I played the most on PlayStation 2, Hokey, and the PS2 that I have is not a Slim. It's a brick PS2, which is cool. I'm pretty happy with that. I remember, and okay, so I'm going to date myself here again. Dude, you had to have a PlayStation 2. The reason why you had to have a PlayStation 2 is because Grand Theft Auto was only on PlayStation. Rockstar had an exclusivity deal with Sony. So if you wanted to play GTA 3, you needed a PS2. And that's why I saved up money. Because my parents did buy me that Xbox. The Xbox with Halo on it. They bought me that. And they were like, we're not buying you another console. That's not happening. So I saved up money working at Papagino's. And I bought that PlayStation. Yep, GTA and Gran Turismo. Yep. Don't forget the Tony Hawk games. I have Tony Hawk's Pro Skater on N64 and Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2 on N64. It's a yellow cartridge, which is really cool. I haven't eaten a Papagino's pie in ages. Jim, I worked at a Papagino's to buy stuff because my parents would not buy stuff for me. At a certain point. When I was younger, they would. But as I got older, they're like, no, you buy it yourself. I'm like, okay. So, you had to have a PlayStation because there was an exclusivity thing. The GTA games were only on PS2. So that PlayStation 2, I played Gran Turismo 4. That is the PlayStation 2 that I first experienced Vice City and San Andreas on. Well, and GTA 3 as well, if you count that. Yep. Well, Hokey, here's the thing, man. I took very good care of my equipment. I take very good care of it. The only thing that I didn't take good care of was controllers. You remember how I said the other day that your boy doesn't lose with grace? Some Duke controllers got thrashed on, but yeah. That was mostly just because of Halo 2 on Xbox, because people were vile. People were vile when Xbox Live first came out. People were vile, man. So I do have Duke controllers, but they're not the original controllers that came with that Xbox. Wait, you lose with rage and throw your controller? Ian, I chalk it up to being Italian, okay? I'm Italian. If I lose, I'm going to passionately lose and tell the guy that I slept with his mother. I slept with your mother and my dad works for Xbox. You know? Dude, I don't lose good. I don't lose good at all. Like, it's something I've kind of come to terms with, man. I've kind of come to terms with it, bro. I don't lose very good. How many Mad Catz controllers do you have? 2. So you're gonna Vega, huh? Ooh, that stings a little. Ooh. Did you ever truck a Wii controller through the television? No. But yeah, my consoles and everything, I took really good care of. So my original PlayStation works. My original Xbox works. And I didn't store them in a damp, dark basement either. I made sure they were up off the ground in a dry place. So they all freaking work, dude. I was amazed. I could not believe my Xbox fired up. That thing is 21 years old. 21 years old. 21 years old. Ooh, I don't like that. The PlayStation is just as old, dude. I got my PlayStation 2 in like 2003 or something. Yeah, they're still vile. We just have better tools for dealing with it. Yeah, they didn't have tools, Aqualex. I heard some pretty terrible things. Yeah, on the internet in the early 2000s playing Halo. Oh, there's some it's pretty terrible. It's pretty terrible things, man. Just to be aware that there's a known leaky capacitor in the original Xbox. Okay. Yeah, you're like the sixth person to say that. You're like the sixth person to say that today, Kelly. Did you check your GameCube for this port? The GameCube, believe it or not, is not mine. It's Brimo's. Brimo brought the GameCube. I never bought a GameCube because I bought a PlayStation and an Xbox. Oops. Is it bad if I miss those days? I would be crying laughing so hard in the Modern Warfare 2 lobbies. Yeah. Yeah. Everybody reminisces about the good old days, homie. Just the thing. Did you have the shuttle game for NES? No. I would say that the SNES and the NES are not my original consoles, Hokey. I bought those because my parents in the early 90s were, they would not buy me a Super
Discovery,
Nintendo.
go at throttle up.
Because they were like, video games are bad. Yeah, okay. Okay, I can kind of see where they're coming from. I can kind of see. I can kind of see that. Well, that worked, didn't it? Yeah. 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 Yeah, you can't earn a wage playing video games. And then they bought me an N64, and that was the end of that. But by and large, I would say that they're correct. Because not everybody can do this. Like, I got lucky, man. You know? Like, just right place at the right time, dude. But chance does favor the prepared, you know? I'm good, Wiser. How are you? I never had 360. I got a launch GameCube and a PS2, and the PS2 was only because it was the cheapest DVD player at the time. I remember Sony Fanboy's username. Sony fanboys were using that as an excuse to why PlayStation 3 was better than Xbox 360. I remember that. They were like, you know, PlayStation 3, it's better than the Xbox because because it's the cheapest Blu-ray player on the market. Yeah, I'm like, yeah, what about the games for it? The games for it suck. It's true. Did you ever have any old computers like an Apple II, Commodore, IBM, Atari 8-bit? No, Squishchin. But I've only told you about the consoles that work. We have two consoles that are DOA right now. One of them is an original Atari. That was my uncle's that he gave to me. I have an original Atari, which is pretty cool, but it's not working. Something is wrong with it. Do you remember the Virtual Boy? Yeah, it didn't have it. Original Atari shouldn't be too hard to fix. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with it, Tessa. It's just no power, no nothing. It could be anything, dude. It's an Atari. It's the one with the wood trim on the front, dude. Yeah, here. It's that. Actually, it's not that one. It's that one right there. This guy. Mine has 6 switches on it. It's that guy. Yeah. So that one is not working. Well, we could repair it on stream, or at least look. I think I might be in the market for an ultrasonic cleaner. To get that working right. But dude, I have so much stuff for that thing. I have the 2 joysticks. We have the dials right there, so you can play tennis and driving and whatnot. And I have probably like 30 games for it. Not even kidding. 30 games at least. So we'll take it apart and we'll I mean, it's a brick right now. The other thing I have that you guys might really not know is this. Brimo's parents just pulled this out and gave us that. Adrian's Digital Basement. He's done tons of retro console repairs starting from around that era and has many useful tips. Okay, cool. Yeah, we have that. Dude, Brimo's parents hooked us up, man. We have a VIC-20, which is cool, man. It's freaking cool. It's War Games, dude. I freaking love it. Restore! Yeah, right, dude. We got a freaking VIC-20. It doesn't work, but we will fix it. Oh, Gilag. Dude, the VIC-20 is sick, man. And there's like, Brimo's parents gave us a bunch of games and whatnot. That is exactly what he focuses on repair-wise. EJ Learning Basic Stream, that is what was in the cassette player. Wiser, it was the cassette player. Yeah, because that's... Dude, that's how... That was the storage medium for the longest time, dude. Cassette player. Well, tape. Old computers use tape. Which is... freaking cool, man. Yeah, tape drive. Yeah, it's a cassette tape. That's the game. The game is on a cassette tape. We have the tape deck, Kelly. Yeah. Yeah, it was freaking cool, man. Magnetic tape is still a solid long-term storage solution. Yeah. Yeah, dude, we gotta... we'll figure out a way to get that thing working. Nodders, before that games came in binders, 10 minutes later run. Yeah, before floppy, dude. Yeah. Dude, it was cool. The thing is cool, but it needs to be fixed. It's missing some parts, I think. You had a ColecoVision back in the day? Man, that's legit, dude. Yeah, so we got a VIC-20. This is exactly what I have. That's exactly this guy right here. This is what I have. The power supply is junk. That's the problem. The power supply is bulging on the side, so I'm gonna need another power supply. We didn't even get power to it. But yeah, Learn Basic was in the tape deck, dude. And then there's Brimo's dad said that was PS2. It's PS2 to RCA, if I'm looking at that right. Yeah, Warder, it needs to... Yeah, it's bulging on the sides. I squeezed the power supply and I heard... And I'm like, yep, that's junk. I grew up with a TI-99 4A. That was a weird one. Interesting. I don't even know what that is, dude. Yeah, that's the floppy drive. Cassettes were the storage medium, dude, back in the day.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh God, Tipsy, please no. But yeah, we'll fix it. We'll fix it. I'm confident enough in my skills for soldering and wiring that I could fix this thing. I know I could fix them. I wired the 59, dude. It's not that much more complicated than that. I mean, yeah, you're going from, very analog stuff to EEPROMs and very primitive PCBs, but whatever, dude. I can figure it out. It's not a problem. You have a hole in your chest, so don't stare at it. You stare at it for long enough, dude. It's a call of the void. Don't stare at it. Jack, don't look at it. Don't go towards the light. The housewarming GIF from NSF should be at the P.O. box, okay? Yeah, my eyes are up here, chat. My eyes are up here, okay? Checking me out? Good, because there's really nothing to check out. I don't know why you're looking down there. There's nothing to check out. I mean, I know I'm really ridiculously good looking. Anyway. Okay. More coffee. See, Teddy, if you're still here, I gotta kind of get going. But once we get going, we're good. All right, so. But why male models? Are you serious? I just told you that a moment ago. All right, so Did I leave myself any notes? Yeah, all the modules that we need to fix. Also, just because I had this open, we're gonna play this. Woohoo! Overtime! Alright, cool. Cool. Now that that's out of the way, we can go over here. Alright. Did I check the last Smarter Every Day vid? I haven't, Doc, but I've seen it. I've seen things. You just killed some poor feller's dog. What? Oh no. So, I'm not gonna show it because I respect Destin too much, but if I saw that right, the Smarter Every Day, yeah. An actual Apollo engineer explains the Saturn V rocket. Oh, I want to watch it. It's an hour long, though. Oh, God. That one's an hour and 40... Frick! Well, I know what I'm doing after tonight. Okay, with the station in its current form, how many payloads does it make for the shuttle? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 right now. Watch party time? I won't watch it without Destin's permission on here. Nope, not doing that. Content is too good, man. Did you watch that MP44 vid I linked on Discord the other day? No, Tess, I really haven't touched the computer too much in the last couple of days. Yeah, I won't do that. I mean, one, you really should get explicit permission, like what I do with NASA Spaceflight. But also, I'm pretty sure Destin wouldn't care. But nope, go watch it. Go watch it on YouTube, fellas. Trust me. Destin's a good dude, and he deserves that cash he deserves to be compensated for that content, like wholly compensated for it, because that's, yeah, anything that he puts out is amazing. Yeah, you want to watch the MP44 vid 2, deep dive into chassis 3 with 3 of the engineers. Yeah, if I have time. Supersonic Baseball was awesome. Yeah. Hellfish, the carburetor video. The carburetor video is like the holy grail, dude. I use little clips of that. I've like, enough for it to be like, just a sample. I forget what that rule is called. But to show atomization. Yeah, to show like visual atomization, how fuel, if you spray fuel into a low pressure environment, it spreads out and it ends up combining with the air molecules. That atomization makes the world go round, right? I know you know this, right? Rocket engines atomize fuel, jet engines atomize fuel, car engines atomize fuel, diesel engines atomize fuel. They all do it. Without atomization and deflagration, we would be in the Stone Age. We would be steampunk. You know what I'm saying? Well, even then. But, yeah. Either way. Yeah, we'd be in the Stone Age, man. That is like, atomization is so important. I don't know why people don't emphasize it more. Because that, I mean, think of where we'd be without the jet engine, without the diesel engine, without the car engine, without the rocket engine. We'd be literally cavemen. But yeah, that's why I like that video so much, because the atomization, it shows, you can visually see fuel spreading out and combining with the air molecules, which is so freaking cool. It's awesome. No, Hellfish, I haven't. Anyway. Yep, we'd be stuck in a steam age. Yep, whoever had the idea of trying to make a little explosion factory, really damn smart, man. Little tiny explosion factory. Freaking cool, dude. A fusion reactor that uses a Venturi pulses like an internal combustion engine. Hellfish, after seeing what I saw with Livermore the other day, I'm convinced that fusion internal combustion engines are going to be a thing. Seriously. The laser pulse system, distributor. It is literally a distributor like on an old car engine. Seriously. I firmly believe we will make fusion internal combustion engines. And don't get me wrong, fellas, I'm probably 154% wrong on this. But I'm gonna be like the blind squirrel finding a nut on this one and just say, like, just hedge my bet, just in case. If I'm thinking about this right, fusion internal combustion engines will be a thing. Going to need a lot of startup power. A starter motor takes up a lot of power. It can drain a battery in 5 minutes on a car. Just saying. Guy talking about making the first internal combustion. Okay, hear me out. What if we just took the explosion and moved it inside the engine? Yeah, Croft, exactly. Because engineers are not good at coming up with names. We're going to take the combustion and put it inside of the piston. What are you going to call it? Jeff? No, not Jeff. No. Because we're taking the combustion and putting it inside of the engine, we're going to call it an internal combustion engine. That's a shame, mate. I like Jeff. Should have used that one. No, calling it what it is. My car's sluggish starting in the cold. Is it the starter or the battery? It still turns over. Sluggish, Rizik? Airflow sensor. What is sluggish? Can you describe the ruckus? Like, okay, what is sluggish? Like, or like, what is sluggish? It sounds like it's struggling to turn over. IFE. Yep. Internal combustion fusion engine. Yep. Internal fusion engine. Yep. I'm telling you, Limprod, the laser light distribution will work just like a distributor. And your intake valve will be replaced with pellets, with tritium pellets. It'll end up looking like a Wintergate and marble machine.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
B0, 24-month resub. All right, Rizik, one more thing. So, does it, when you crank, is it like... Yes, it sounds like that. Shut up, all right? I need to make the sound effects. What the heck else am I gonna make? Oh, does it start slow or fast? No. Does it go? That's close. Okay. It's just cold. It's just cold. Batteries don't work well in the cold. Straight up. Batteries do not work well in cold temperatures. If you want a material science reason, why? Okay, so what does metal do? What does anything do when it's cold? It contracts. Right? It's cold. The electricity has trouble going through it because it's smacking into too many metal molecules. Straight up. Water expands for some reason. That's why water is weird. But also... Actually, the water expands gets cold. Oh, actually, S, here's my timeout button. Oh, actually, you just got timed out, so your argument is invalid, making me the victor. Well, actually, you could shut the frick up. Anyway, so yeah, that's what happens, dude. Metal contracts when it's cold, and that doesn't do well for the plates in the battery and the wires. Yeah, that's normal. You got to heat up the battery. Now, if you're in Canada or you're in the northern parts of the US, or you're anywhere where it's cold, they have these things called block heaters. Block heater is literally just grounding out a plug onto the engine block so it heats up. Yeah, you're literally short-circuiting the engine. You're creating a short circuit on the engine to create heat. That's what a block heater does. It is literally a plug with 2 leads attached to the engine. That's it. And you plug it in, and it heats the block up. Sorry, yes, I love you, pal. Anyway, so, yeah, Rizik, that's normal. It is normal for that to happen. Yeah, it's all right. Instructions unclear. Dancing seductively in front of the battery. So Teslas, guys, Teslas have radiators on them. They have radiators, and they have cooling and heating systems all over the place. You know why? Because the batteries have to be kept at a stable temperature. If the battery gets too hot, if the battery gets too cold, it doesn't work. And yeah, that's physics, dude. So yeah, Rizik, your car is working just fine. It's working as predicted. Yeah. Dude, if it was like dead cold and you started and it started right up, I'd be like, what is it doing? You have a short circuit somewhere. It has more to do with chemistry and chemical reaction rates. The hotter things are, the faster the atoms are jiggling and running into things, increasing opportunities for reactions to happen. How's that different than what I said? Mine was just a simpler version. Teslas are not ready for the Arctic storm. I mean, actually, Rocket, just as a point of fact, I'm not knocking Tesla because Teslas are great machines. Up here where it's cold, dude, people park their Teslas outside. Guess what? Squirrels, chipmunks, field mice, they eat the wire harness from the inside out because it's warm. A Tesla is constantly circulating coolant even when the car is off to keep the battery. That makes the batteries last longer. If you literally keep that battery at the same temperature all the time, car parked, not parked, it's better for it. It's better for the battery. It'll last longer. So because Teslas are constantly warm, it is a magnet for field mice. My neighbors at my parents' house, the neighbors across the street have a bunch of Teslas. Dude, rats ate all the wire harnesses. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Definitely. Teslas actually use a heat pump system for their thermal management. The newer ones do, username. Yes, but the older ones do not. They use a coolant and a radiator system. The newer Teslas have heat pumps, yes. Cover it up if you leave it in the cold, doesn't matter. Oh, they covered it up. It doesn't matter. You got to put it in a garage. But here's the thing. That's the case with most cars. So this is the case with most cars. Most cars you leave outside, mice will go after it. Brimo's Fusion, we left it outside of the apartment complex. Squirrels got to the wire harness because it's warm. And when it gets freezing cold out, the critters want to find a place to stay that's warm. The inside of an engine bay is very warm. And then because they want to make a home where it's nice and warm, they'll find stuff to make a home. Wire harness, interior parts, whatever. If you have a really old car and you leave it out for a long period of time, it becomes a long-term residency, and that's bad. $400 amps through a squirrel. Yikes. Mice in the airbox. Yep, that's what happens. So yeah, Rizik, that's totally normal, dude. Worst part is those critters don't pay rent. Yeah. So that brings me into the next thing. Guys, if you have mice in your car, I'll show you what keeps mice out. It's weird and it doesn't sound right. Dryer sheets. Seriously. All my cars that are outside, so the Corvette, the Mustang, that are like closed up for the winter, Corvette, Stang, they're all outside. I even keep them in the 97 just to be absolutely sure. Put dryer sheets in it. They hate them. I don't know why. They hate them. They hate dryer lint sheets. Cat piss does work as well. Yeah, weirdly enough. But I don't have cats, nor do I have cat piss. So I have a piss, but it's a space shuttle component. Mothballs work as well too. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, dryer lint sheets. The Corvette has a bunch of dryer lint sheets in after I saw a mouse in the frickin' airbox. Nick, 47 months. Yeah, the dryer sheets smell a little bit better. In fact, my whole shop, I saw a field mouse in the cold storage outside when I was building a door for the back. The whole shop in here. I put dryer lint sheets in the walls. In the walls with the insulation. It's on top of the drop ceiling. There's dryer lint sheets just around. And all in the shop too. I don't want mice in here. That's no good. Don't want mices or mouses in here. You think they'd like them for insulating their nest? Yeah, Phantom, something about the smell. But honestly, there have been times where, yeah, the smell is so strong it makes my eyes water. But I'd rather have that smell. I mean, it's not the worst smelling smell, to be honest with you. But yeah, that's what does it. But yeah, Rizik, it's just cold. We all are, Hellfish. Act accordingly. Alright, anyway. You always have mice in there. How are you guys going to control the pewters? Isn't there a negative charge to dryer sheets? I have no idea. You may like this song, Coggers. I gotta be careful about playing music, dude. It looks like I would like this, yes.
I climbed the highest mountain. 35 years ago, fly the Atlantic.
Why does Rice play Texas? I'm telling everyone, but I met Gollum a couple hours ago. Hal, Andy Serkis? That's cool. Dude, he's one heck of an actor. Yeah, Andy Serkis is cool. I really, really liked him in that recent thing that he did that I won't say because spoilers. Station status, when is it going up? Yeah. Yeah, dude, he's insane. Did you guys know that Andy Serkis was supposed to, for Lord of the Rings, so Andy Serkis plays Gollum, right? In Lord of the Rings, I actually learned this in school, for whatever reason. Andy Serkis was only supposed to do the stop motion for Gollum. He was just supposed to be the stop motion actor. And they had hired another guy to do the voice. But he put a voice to Gollum that was so right that Peter Jackson was just like, dude, you can just be Gollum. That's fine. Like, his acting was so good and the voice was so good. They were just like, yeah, you could just do that. You just do your thing, man. Which is actually pretty cool. Yeah, that's how he got his break, dude. He was so damn good. Nice pattern. I played that at Christmas, dude. I played the apple bottom jeans, boots with the fur. And, dude, people loved it. It was really funny. Some people were like, wait, what? My precious. Precious, they don't know what they're doing. Yeah, that's all Andy Serkis doing the voice, which is cool. That I was like, wow, that guy's so good that they were just like, yeah, you just keep doing your thing, man. Yeah, exactly, Weiser. That's really cool. I always thought that was neat. And damn, is Andy Serkis a good actor. Holy crap, dude. Weiser, did you see the recent thing that he did? I don't want to spoil anything, you know what I'm saying? He was in a recent TV series. Gosh, dang, was he good. Like, he really drives it home, man. Damn good actor. I'll just say it. Like, it's not too much of a spoiler, but he's in Andor, dude. It's not too much of a spoiler. I won't say what he is or why he's there or anything like that. But gosh, dang, is he good. Andor is fantastic. Hell, fantastic. Very impressed with Disney because, dude, their other stuff kind of... but... Watch Andor, Weiser. The first 3 episodes, people say the first 3 episodes, the first 3 episodes are kind of boring. That's the general gist that I've been getting from people, but I don't think it's that boring. Dude, it's really good. It's like how the original Star Wars took a second to get going. Like A New Hope took a second to get going. But dude, this is great, man. Andor's really good Star Wars. Really good. Because, yeah, I think Andor drives the point home that Star Wars is not a nice place. It ain't no Disney movie, ironically. Yeah. Yeah, Andor, yeah, it took a second, Dave, but damn, dude. Once that show took off, when you get to the second act, oh, man, and then the third act just hits it out of the park. By the third act of the show, of the series, I was like, that's where it ends? No. No! Oh! When's the next stuff coming out? Oh, frick! You know, like... Yeah, Andor's top shelf Star Wars. Exactly, Sawyer. It's quite good. Mandalorian was good. Yeah. Yeah, Mando is good. Book of Boba Fett is good. Dude, you know what? Like... Man, I didn't like the Disney Star Wars movies. I'm not too big of a fan. They had, like... Not because of the characters or anything. It's just that there's no plot. I'm not really sure what's going on. Andor is clear, concise. It is very much Star Wars. It feels like Star Wars. It's great, dude. Really good. Yeah, Link, it's just very strange. There was an epic end credit scene. Lunprod, I was trying to figure out what spoilers was that they were doing when they were spoilers. You know what I'm saying? I was trying to figure out what it was, and I'm like, my mechanical mind's like, what is that thing for? Yeah, Rogue One was fantastic. Human Person, Andor is a prequel to Rogue One. Andor's a prequel to Rogue One. Yeah, and it's made by the same people that did Rogue One. That's all you need to know. It's that good. Straight up. Yep. I love those series, man. The guys that are doing the Rogue One stuff is fantastic. Those guys understand Star Wars. You're avoiding spoiler really well. I try to be very careful with this. My statute of limitation on spoilers is 2 months, hell. So if it's 2 months out, not my problem. But we ain't 2 months out from Andor. So spoilers are very much in effect. All right. Okay, so, all right. We're up to operating temperature. Let's go. So, what we need to do is finish the modules here. That's what I want to do this week. I want to get all the modules ready, so by the time January comes around, we're doing constant shuttle missions. So, Sile, to answer your question, any one of these ready to launch? No, none of them are ready to launch. I need more payloads. I need more payloads for the shuttle. That is what we need. I need enough payloads to basically be good to go for a long time. So this week, dudes, the goal is to get all of the payloads made for the shuttle missions, pretty much all the shuttle missions that we're going to run in January. And that's going to be a lot of shuttle missions. It's going to be a lot. I want systems that will build the station. And then I want to adapt those systems from the station build to be able to build transfer vehicles to go out to the moon using Centaur G as a transfer stage. We need the refueling systems for Centaur G so we can reuse them. We need transfer modules, and I really think I'm going to need a capsule. I'm going to need something like Orion the more and more I think about this. And we need to work on lunar landers and Minmus landers. Those are the big ones. We're ever gonna have 2 shuttles at the station at once. Only if the mission really constitutes it, Dave, but probably not. I learned today that the shuttle could not retract its wheels. The shuttle cannot retract its wheels. It has no retraction mechanism, Sun Temple. Why would it need one? Right? It seems like, really? You can't pull the gear back up? No. Why would you? The whole system works via gravity, believe it or not. So Sun Temple, S-Master and I actually went and studied the mechanism when we were at Intrepid a couple months ago, right? And I was looking at it, and this isn't anything I knew, but anything I didn't know. But how this works is when you flip the gear down switch, all that happens is the doors. The latches to the door opens. So the doors drop down, and when the doors drop down, when they're into the downward position, they lock, and when they lock, that undoes the landing gear. It unfastens the landing gear. So all that system does when you go to flip the gear open is drop the doors, and the doors dropping will unlatch the landing gear, and the landing gear will go into the downward position, and a locking collet will slip into place. Kind of similar to Falcon 9's landing legs. There's a locking collet in that system somewhere. Yeah, the doors actually actuate the gear coming down. Yeah, it's all gravity. That's it. There's no need for a hydraulic system on that. Why would you have that? Right? The only hydraulic system on the shuttle's landing gear is the shock absorbers. That's it. And that's a closed loop system because it's a shock absorber. Yeah. The mechanism is really, really well thought out. That's the front gear and the side gears too. So if you take a look at this picture, right? Yep, of course. So see those two C-hooks right there? They're attached to the doors. When the door opens, those two hooks that are shaped like C's, they go down like this, and the gear falls out of the landing gear bay. And then there's a collet somewhere in the system that snaps it into place. And then right there, I don't know how well you guys can see that, there's a shock absorber, a local shock absorber to dampen out the movement so the gear doesn't fall down and like completely snap. And then there's the shock absorber for the actual landing gear. It'd be interesting to know the failure modes on the landing gear. Oh, Rocket, I knew them at one time. I knew what they were at one time, but I forget. Rocket, I might be pulling this out of my tail, and I probably shouldn't guess at this point. If I'm remembering correctly, I don't know what the failure modes were, but I know what the redundancy was for it if the gear didn't deploy. It was a pyrotechnic separation device. Would blow the door down. It would blow the latches so the door falls open. If I'm remembering correctly, it's been a while. I remember reading about this somewhere. Aw, Ruff, you want me to change the Artemis hat? I just got this hat, man! I like this hat. I don't want to change. Damn it! Look what you did! My dad gave me this hat. Ugh. I got this hat too for Christmas. This is the other new hat. I got hats for Christmas because, yeah. Of course I got hats for Christmas. Why wouldn't I? This one's good though. I like this one. This is a good hat. It's a nice hat. Yeah, pretty much hypersonic. Yep. Okay, so yeah, Rocket, I think it's just so the latch on the doors, Rocket, works a lot like a so a hatch on a ship, trying to find the right picture. So see how there's like locks that go all the way around? Similar to like the Apollo capsule, like latching mechanism, there's like a push rod system that goes all the way around. See how you have these latching pieces here? the doors work like that, and basically there's one thing that turns and it actuates all the latches opening at the same time. It works like a ship door. So like when you undo this, right, when you turn the thing on the ship door, all it's doing is unlatching everything. Similar to like the Apollo CSM door. It's similar to that. Actually, it looks pretty much like that. This is on the doors of the shuttle. See, there's a push rod, right? There's a push rod, and all you need to do is pull one. You pull one lever, right? Or you twist the knob right here, and everything actuates. It opens up all the latches. I think the redundancy to that is there's pyros in each latch that'll blow the latch open. I think. That I could be wrong. I could be confusing it with that. But, yeah, I'd have to go read. But also, this is mechanical engineering pornography right here. That's just, I don't know about you guys. That's just eye candy for me. I'm just like, how does that work? Magnets? From the operating manual, if the hydraulic system 1 pressure is not available to release the uplock hook, a pyrotechnic initiator at each landing gear uplock hook automatically releases the uplock hook on each gear 1 second after the flight crew has commanded gear down. Okay. Alright, Dave, I was in the ballpark. Sweet. Yeah. Dave, it's interesting how they put the pyrotechnic igniter. That is part of the deployment sequence. So basically, if they go to deploy the doors and the doors don't open, it'll fire the pyrotechnics automatically. That's really cool. Smart. That's very smart, actually. It's very well thought out. That door must be heavy. It's a spacecraft, dude. It ain't heavy at all. It's not as heavy as it looks, that's for sure. Aluminum. Aluminum is like that. Aluminium. Aluminum. Anyway. Page 2.4-2 if anyone wants to keep reading. I love that operations manual, dude. I've learned so much from that, Dave. You what, mate? It's a good name. Alright, so we have our solar panel arrays figured out. What's the station part count at? 662. Yikes. Okay, this is gonna get a lot of parts. Okay, so what do we still need to make? We have the starboard SPM is done. So we have our solar panels, guys. I think in the name of part count, dudes, we're only gonna do one solar panel array on each side. I have the provisions to add more if we want to, but this is what we need. This will work just fine. So Merry Christmas, O-Force. So we got to get into it. So guys, I basically want this week. We're not going to do that much launching this week, but we're going to do a lot of launching on the other side of the start of the new year. I'm basically going to manifest all of my payloads. We're going to put everything in here. Ciao. I'm one of the ones that came from Adrian's raid. Love your content. Grazie. Grazie, Minosus. Grazie. Buon Natale. Thanks, man. I'm glad you like it. I need to learn more Italian, Minosus, just because of that. I gotta learn more. Well, that grew up around it, but yeah. I mean, you're gonna pack all that up into shuttles, one module at a time. We got 11 modules on the screen, Hal. Yep. Shotzi, g'day, mate. Hope you had a happy Christmas, mate. What's up, man? Yep. Hal, this is basically how they did it for the ISS. What's the first module? The first module getting sent up is the Z1. Or Z1 for all the other Commonwealth countries. We're the only one that says Z. But Z. I'm American, all right? It's Z, okay? If there was a British streamer that was launching this, it'd be Z1, okay? And I'd call it that, all right? Hey, no, don't you dare. It's Z1. Look at me. The Rush song, so we're gonna talk Canada, right? The Rush song, YYZ. No, it's not YYZ. It's YYZ. All right, because it's Rush. Okay, Canada. They say Z, so it's YYZ. That's how I think about this. Okay, for me, that's Z1. Okay. Do you say Heich or Eich? H. No, the second one. H. A-I-C-H. I think. H. Jonas, English doesn't make any sense. You know why it doesn't make any sense? Because it came from you. It doesn't make any sense, man. Last for a hatch thingy. Had to close. Dude, let me see. Oh. I've never seen this footage, Thomas. Still need to prove out that polar once around. Did you design the solars? I did, RJ. No, I'm not going to show them to you. You're just going to copy me. Nah, it's fine, dude. I'll show them to you. I'll show them to you in a second. Is that thing spring-loaded? Hatch assist nitrogen pressurized cylinder. Pressurized cylinder for charging side hatch opening actuator called the counterbalance. Originally pressurized with gaseous nitrogen at 5,000 psi. Enable a fully suited astronaut inside of the command module to open the 350-pound weight of the combined side hatch outer cover in 3 seconds. Got it. It's for egress purposes. We know why that's there. If you know the Apollo program and you know your history, you know why they wanted to make sure astronauts could open up that hatch first in case something goes foobar inside of the capsule. So, Thomas, you know what my question is now? You know what my question is now? How in the heck did Dave Scott get that damn thing closed in space? How does that work? So this is Apollo 9. That's Dave Scott testing EVA capability for the capsule. How in the frick did he close that in space? How are you going to close that in space? Very carefully with help? How? It's not like you at Jackery. And fellas, I'm actually curious now. How the heck, like, I'm actually asking, does anybody know how he closed that? It's not like they can close it from the outside unless they did and somebody and a come along? Were ratchet straps even invented yet, Jay? Is the nitrogen cylinder there? That's the other question. Yeah, it's the assembly's there, Thomas. It's right there. By hands. Well, Leo, check this out. This is down. Now, granted, this is down on Earth, but also, is the pressure reversible? I don't think so, Shut. It just seems to be just a nitrogen shock absorber. Can they unhook the cylinder? Maybe, Katra, yeah. Maybe they unhook the cylinder. That's the only thing I can think of, because there is no freaking way you're doing that. You're doing this in space. You have nothing to push against. I mean, I'm not, this isn't a trick question, guys. I actually don't know. Well, if they opened it up in space, would it throw the door open super fast? That's my question. Here, hold on. Let me look at that. Let me look at that gas assembly. Is there a picture of it? Yeah. All right, let's take a look. Here's a picture. Yeah, you can toggle it. See the turn switch? You can shut it off and on. There's an arming switch, which is probably just a pressure regulated, just a valve. It's not even a pressure regulator. It's just a valve. Yeah, see the turn right there? See the lever? You could probably shut it off. Because when the hatch is in the closed position and you shut this off, the piston will stay in. But they clearly have a tank reservoir right there. So yeah, okay, you could, yeah, Bloody, you were right. Like you said, yeah, I mean, Bloody, I trust your judgment considering what you told me the other day, homie. You know? I trust your judgment. So they had to close it with it active because they couldn't reach the valve after closing. Unreal. Smart, dude. Look at that. And you know what the crazy part about this is? When you think anodized aluminum, you think something that's futuristic looking. No, anodized aluminum right there. Smart. So what they do, and I actually never bothered to explain this because we didn't watch very many EVAs, but a lot of the parts that they send up on the station are made out of aluminum because it's lighter, right? It's less mass. You shouldn't say lighter. Weight has nothing to do with it. It's all about mass because you're accelerating a mass into space, right? But they can't paint anything either. Whatever you paint, the sun's just going to burn it right off, right? So they anodize the aluminum to get it to stain the aluminum to a color that you can see very easily. It's like high vis. But they use anodization because paint will just burn right off. In 0G, you can put a foot on either side of the hatch and pull it closed with both hands. Okay. You know what that looks like, guys? That looks like a Fox shock absorber. In fact, I'll bet you that's where they got the idea. So, like, off-road trucks have a gas reservoir for their strut. See that extra thing right there? It's literally the same idea. So basically inside of the strut you have your spring, right? Your spring is pushing down. Your shock is designed to dampen the compression of said spring, right? There's gas that goes in here and then that goes into a reservoir. So you could get a stronger damping force. Off-road vehicles have these shock reservoirs. That's literally the same design. I'll bet you they got the idea from this. That is exactly what that is. It's just toggleable. And it's funny because shock absorbers nowadays, like really nice ones, have a knob at the top right there where you can set the amount of damper force from it. It's literally that. The regulator on the top. Same thing. Interestingly enough. That's really cool. I'm wondering if this is where they got the idea, because that's actually really freaking smart. See last. No. Add this to your shuttle folder. Oh, look what you found. Look what you found. Yep. Yes, you know what? I will. You know what? I will. Reese handle like on the old hand pump for a bike. Yeah, pretty much. Thomas found it. Thomas is my go-to, man. So yeah, you can see that nitrogen cylinder assembly right there. Cool. Today I learned. There you go. There's your fun fact about the Apollo module. All of those lines are on your external tank. All right. Why? Don't get me wrong, RJ. Because it's an acceptable answer. Because it looks good, right? That's an acceptable answer. You called that nitrogen system a foxtrot, right? No, it's Fox. FOX is a shock absorber company. They make shock absorbers, aftermarket shocks for cars. It's a Fox shock. You know because of the way it is. Yep. All right, so let's haven't been able to catch a stream in a while. What's this? New space station. Jackery. New Crippen station if you want to be more technical. Fox makes merch too. Most brands do. Yes. Yes, have some. All right. Let's go into payload design mode. That's what we're doing this week. My ET has fuel drains where the lines connect, so the ET flips end over end after separation. Cool. ISS or original freedom concept. It's kind of... Nils, it's kind of both of them. So the beauty of Kerbal is you can pick ideas from different designs, and that's basically what I do. I pick whatever is the best application for what I'm doing, and some of the applications for the ISS are better implemented than Space Station Freedom, and that's just because Space Station Freedom didn't get fully fleshed out until it was the ISS, you know? So...
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Canadian, hope you had a very Merry Christmas and some time to relax. I did, dude. Yesterday was my relax day. You know, fellas, I might start taking like an extra day after the holidays because, dude, it gives me kind of a chance to reset and stuff. And you know what? That helps. If I'd streamed yesterday, I would have been more discombobulated than I am now. So, yeah, that was actually really nice. Thanks, Canadian. Yeah, it was good. How about you, buddy? You have a good Christmas? I hope everybody's holidays were good. I know the holidays get hard sometimes for people. That's definitely a thing. So, what I try to do around the holidays is have some fun. You know what I mean? And hopefully I can make your day better. That's why we were doing that. We did the apple bottom jeans on the Christmas stream. That was fun. I hope I made people's day better. That makes me happy. That one extra day feels like 5. It really does, dude. I'm just getting rid of fairing expansion. So, yeah, it's not... I have not seen Destin's new video, Bloody, but that's going to be the first thing I do when I shut the stream off tonight. I'm going to go watch that right away. Yes, Frill, yes. Whole club. Mm-hmm. And Zyzep, 62 months. Merry Christmas, my friend. Hope you and Brimo had a good holiday. You too, dude. You too. Let's see them solars. Rev up those fryers. Now, the cow controllers are unbound. Now would probably be a good time to actually bind those up, RJ. So that's what I'm going to do while I'm explaining them. So this is P2 SPM deploy. And over here is the S2. Yeah, I'm going to the one on the second channel, obviously. All right, so the first thing that we have to do, this is the port side, right? So we're on the P1. I have my trusses labeled so you guys can see it a little bit better. I use the flag pack to label them, and I have to actually put a label on the P2 segment as well. That is for orientation of the module, and so you guys can see. So I have my Z1, S1, and P1. Interesting thing, the ISS is literally made out of leftover Space Station Freedom parts. Like, no joke. It's leftover Space Station Freedom parts. Crazy. So, I'll explain this actually after I do the solar panel deploy. So, we have P2 SPM deploy. We kind of went on a little bit of a dive the other day when we were figuring out how all this worked. And I noticed that Space Station Freedom... So, there's some glaring differences between Space Station Freedom and the ISS. The biggest difference is the tandem modules right there. The interesting thing is that about half of those modules that it would end up becoming ISS modules were made, right? And then when Space Station Freedom got canceled and it was replaced with the ISS, the modules that were made, they retooled to work with the Russian modules. So some of the modules that are up on the space station are actually, they're Space Station Freedom modules, but it's the components that were made in 1993, which is interesting because you can still pick out bits and pieces of Space Station Freedom, and you could definitely see where they retrofitted stuff to work with the Russian modules, with Zarya and Zvezda, which is very cool actually. So this axis field here, target angle. So that one is set to 160. So that means this one's going to need to be 160. And then that one's going to go from 20 to 160. All right, so let's see. RJ, the first thing that we have to do is unpack the solar panels. So if we play the Cal controller, there we go. That's what the ISS does. So we need to do that right there. All right, so we don't want 60 seconds for the entire deploy sequence. So what I'm gonna do is go and plus in a point here at 10 seconds. And that point is gonna need to be set to 20. I want 10 seconds to deploy on this right here. And then this one is gonna need another spot at 10, and that one's gonna be set to 160. Because I want these to deploy fairly quick. The other thing that I noticed when we tested this out the other day is that these need to be set out to 10 because the Cal controller 1.0 traverse rate is not enough for the Cal controller. The Cal controller, the robotics won't keep up with the Cal controller, and then you get a funky deployment. And no one wants a funky deployment, okay? Nobody wants that. So the next thing we'll do is go down here. We'll plus in target angle there, and then plus in target angle here.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Copy this one to there, and then copy this one to there, and that should give me a double deploy. Perfect. Excellent. All right, let's just play it, make sure. Yep. Funky deployment would be good content, though. Yeah. You're not worried about robotic drift? Coming back to the station all messed up? No, not really. There's no load on these panels, Nils, unless you leave the scene. So like if I have a departing spacecraft and the space station is weeble wobbling around and I leave the scene when it's in the wobbled position, these won't drift. They won't drift at all. That, and I'm gonna lock them out. And if they do drift, just bring up another one. Whatever. I don't think they're going to. As long as the space station isn't like, it's not under an acceleration in one direction or another, we should be fine. Okay, so the next thing that I need is this one here. That servo is set in the zeroed position, so that needs to be 0. And then this one needs to be set to minus 90, if I'm remembering this right. And that one needs to be set to minus 90. Actually, that needs to be set to 10, and that needs to be set to 0. And then we need to plus in another point at the 20 times step right here and set that to minus 90. That's what that needs to look like. So that's going to fold out, and then it's going to fold up. And then we need to do the same, but inverted over here. So let's go click this one here, target angle. And if I place these correctly, it should be the exact same step. Yep. Because that's just rotated down, so a minus 90 on those would be perfect. Okay, so now the next thing that we need is extension. So target extension. Target extension. Target extension. Target extension. Tax exemption. So plus that in at 20. And then these need to go to the fully deployed position. So plus in another point at 30. What I'm doing here, guys, just in case anybody's wondering, is this is the animation controller. This is basically going to control the deployment sequence. And then if I copy this, this is basically telling each part to deploy at certain times. So if we go in here like this, we play it, what does it look like? Hey, Paul. Happy holidays, buddy. If you lock the robotics, it should be okay. Nobody wants a funky deployment. That's no good. Okay, so now the next thing that we need is here, target angle, plus in one at 30, and then plus in another one at 40, and move that into the deployed position. Oh, that needs to be inverted. This needs to be in the stowed position. So stowed position is at 90. That one needs to be set to 0 at 40. And then that one needs to be set at 0 as well. And then if I take this curve and copy it 4 times, that should give me what I'm looking for. And now, with this cal controller, we'll go here, axis, extend, 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 extend. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, cool. Hey, Laserman, change the hat. Man, we have new hats in the rotation, and you guys just want to see new. You just want to see the old hats. You guys just don't like change. A really awesome Artemis hat that I got for Christmas. You guys are ruining it. We'll just be a rock star for now. Ruff, this is your fault. You started this. Don't think I don't remember that. Change is scary. Okay. Extend. Please. Thank you. Is cal controller in 2.0 changed at all? 2.0? What do you mean style like Kerbal? I don't even know if the cal controller is in Kerbal 2. I have no idea. Didn't get that memo. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it even has a cal controller. What I would hope for, dude, what I would hope for is that, hi, Mavans. what I would hope for is that they do what the original developers wanted to do with the Cal. Nakatomi represent. So, guys, what the developers wanted to do, and I have this right from one of the former Kerbal developers that moved to another project. What he wanted to do was take this and take the Cal and make it so it could pick up like altitude sensors with the Cal controller and make really basic programmable avionics in KSP. Yeah, that's what it was going to do. It was going to be able to pick up on altitude and pressure, heat, anything. Yeah, you could pick up on like speed with a Cal controller. Basically, they wanted to make Cal controllers like a flight computer, a very primitive flight computer. Yeah, that's what they wanted to do. Didn't have enough time. Ran out of time. They laid the foundations for it with the axis controls, but they ran out of time, which is a shame. Sorry, but see my last. Not Kerbal related, but Primo relinquished the history building. Primo relinquished the history building she was making to me. Figured you'd want to work on it. Oh, the history building? Oh, in Minecraft. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, that's fine. We're too busy. Too busy anyway. So we got the Cal controller done up for that side, and then we'll just disable that for now. And then what we can do is I can move these curves over to this side as well, to the port side controller. Go into action groups here, right? And then we can select that curve right there. Target angle. And then if I did this right, copy, should be able to paste that, and then copy this. Yep. Yep. So if you saw me do this on another stream, like in a VOD, you'll know that I've already basically done this. But when I copied to make the S2 solar array, it erased the Cal controller. That is a known thing that happens. I probably should have copied it first and then made the Cal, but it's okay. I needed to get to that point anyway, so. But fortunately, making this, yeah, see, it's easy. Easy peasy. Copy the solar panel array curve. Score. Excellent. Cool. Kumu! Happy holidays. Well, I'm going to take a nap so I can get enough sleep for the Starlink 5.1 launch at 4 a.m. Merry Christmas, Vulcan. Also, EJ in chat, have we gotten confirmation about what kind of Starlink sats are on board? Oh, supposedly these are Starlink 2.0 test demos, but yeah, when is that launch teed up for? Let me take a look. Oh. Oh. Well. Oh. What are we gonna do with that? Yeah, that's a no for me. Got a date with sleep. Oh. That is quite literally read in the middle of when I sleep. I sleep from usually 12, 1 o'clock to about 8, 9 o'clock in the morning. I usually get up around 8 or 9. It's somewhere in between there, depending on when I went to sleep. So that is quite literally like right in the center of my sleep schedule. That's good. That's good. That's good. Yeah, I'll be up for it, dudes. I'll be up. Gotta let Brimo know, but yeah, I'll be here. I'll be up for it. Anyway. Okay, so the solar panel modules are good. I made the provisions for another attachment point here if we wanted to do like the extended solar array, like what's on the ISS. What time is sunrise? Jellyfish? 4:40 a.m. So Katra, two things.
Discovery.
I don't think the sun is up at 4:40 in the morning in Florida. It's definitely coming up here, but I'm a lot more east and a lot more north than Florida is. We might get a jellyfish, but the thing is, Falcon, if I'm remembering correctly, this is a southeast launch. SpaceX favors launching southeast in the wintertime over launching northeast because of the rougher seas. It's more, the seas are more calm down by the Bahamas. What is a jellyfish?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
So, in the right in the right conditions, Berth, if a rocket launches in the golden hour, at dawn or at dusk, who took this picture, by the way? Craig Bobchin. Always give credit. So if the sun's just going down or the sun's just coming up, if it's still relatively dark or it's getting relatively dark on the ground, you'll get an opportunity to get the plume of the rocket backlit by the sun, or front lit by the sun if it's at dawn. So the end result here is like you could see first stage, right? First stage, there's engine, there's main engine cutoff. Second stage ignition happens right here, and then you could see this really nice plume effect going on here. In this particular shot, that I don't know this guy, but this is the first picture that popped up. Craig Bobchin took this photo. This is in California. This is a Vandenberg launch for sure. But you can actually see in this shot, Berth, you can see the first stage. First stage is flying in the plume of the second stage right there. See it? That's the first stage, and then the second stage is right there. So you get, the end result is that it looks like a jellyfish. Yeah. You get them with dawn or dusk launches, and it's beautiful, man. It's one of the coolest things. Like, yeah, we call them They call them jellyfishes because it actually ends up looking like a comet or something. But yeah, there it is. Really, really, really beautiful. See? And in the right lighting, if the lighting conditions are right, you can see the fairings separate as well. So like in this picture right here, in this picture right there, you could see, so there's the moon. That's the second stage. I think that might be the first stage, but I'm not sure. It's hard to say. But sometimes you can definitely see the fairings separate and stuff. Like in that picture, you could definitely see the fairing. Fairing is right there. One of them, I think. That's the first stage. But yeah, you can see all the different flow phenomena that's going on. It's beautiful, man. Yeah, really, like, it's pretty awesome. Zonku, 54 Mo's. Oh my goodness. 54 Mo's. You imbecile. Yeah, Berthy, it's actually kind of funny because people that don't know what it is always say it's aliens and stuff. Yeah, you see people posting on like Instagram. What the heck is this? Did I just see some secret government project? Did I just see some secret government project or something? I don't know what I saw. I think I just saw aliens. You know, that's my favorite part, dude. It's the best part. What is this? It's aliens. We're all gonna die. I don't know what to say, man. It makes me happy. It's kind of funny. Also, the recent evening launch, we saw the fairings, even though it was a little too early for a full jelly. Nevada and Arizona got it, though. That's cool, Zonku. Right on, man. All right. So, solar panel modules are packed up, good to go.
Jacked up and good to go.
Rock and roll. How do I get out of this chicken boop outfit? You got an Artemis thermos mug. Very nice. Is the station inspired by some build? Okay, so this is the second thing that I actually, somebody already asked. This is the second thing I wanted to get done after we got the solar panel stuff finished. This is kind of a combination of the ISS and Space Station Freedom. So what I wanted to show you guys is that the ISS is built out of leftover Space Station Freedom parts that were completed when the Space Station Freedom program got canceled. So Space Station Freedom was supposed to be the US's base of operations in low Earth orbit, and the shuttle was the means to build it, okay? The shuttle was going to build Freedom, and Space Station Freedom was going to be used as a orbital shipyard, refueling depot, science laboratory, basically most of the stuff that the ISS does, most of it. So Space Station Freedom got on the books in 1984. And then went through a couple of different iterations. The first early concepts for Space Station Freedom were actually really cool. They had a concept called the Power Tower. The Power Tower is a passively stabilized space station that wouldn't need any gyros. This space station would always face solar panels up. The reason why is the Power Tower is so ridiculously long that all that mass at the bottom would be under a differential gravitational pull. Because think about it, the very top of the space station is a little bit further away than the bottom of the space station. So the gravitational pull down here, the perturbing force would be a little bit higher than that one, than up here at the top. So what they wanted to do was put all the modules, cluster all of them down at the bottom, and use passive gravity, right? The differential gravitational pull from the top to bottom to keep the thing stable. It's actually a pretty cool idea. That they didn't do it. They said that, I think they wrote that off as being too hard to make. Hey, Rocket Guy. Is that Crippen 2.0? Crippen was dual kill. Crippen was dual kill, yes. So that was the first one. They did that like in 1984. They said the shuttle should build something like this. And then they switched to the dual keel space station, which is kind of what I'm trying to do. Rocket Guy, I'm getting a little worried about part count with my dual keels, but I did put the provisions in for it. So this is the one that I want to make, or at least I want to try to make. That's Space Station Freedom when it was at its craziest. What they wanted to do, they abandoned the Power Tower concept and went with what's called a dual keel. The dual keel is exactly what you think it is. You see the truss segment, just like that.
Discovery, go
Straight
and throttle
up, same truss segment, right? But out here, before you got out to the solar panel arrays, they had two twin beams right here, a dual keel, if you will, right? And what they wanted to do with this design is, this is my favorite, man. I really wish they had done this. They wanted to make flat pack servicing bays. So see these servicing bays that have the NASA and the USA logo on it? They basically would have flat packed into the space shuttle's payload bay like IKEA furniture, and then they would have folded out. And these bays right here could be used for on-orbit satellite servicing. So the shuttle could go fish a satellite out. It could bring it to Space Station Freedom, and they could put the satellite in the pen right here with the robotic arms and work on it in an environment where they wouldn't have to worry about micrometeorites hitting the hardware. So you could take the thing apart. You could take the satellite completely apart. And they planned on building all these bays around the dual keel design. And what they wanted to do is down here at the bottom, they wanted to basically treat this as a giant bay where they would assemble transfer vehicles to go out to the moon. So think about it like this in like current architecture. How this would have ended up is the shuttle would have brought up all the components for a project like Gateway. And they would have assembled Gateway right here on the bottom truss segment, like you would assemble ISS modules. And then Gateway would have shot out to the moon with a transfer stage behind it. And then it would have gone out to the moon and stayed there. And then the transfer vehicles for people to get to it, we could store them here on the keel for the space station, which is actually really, really cool. It's literally, NASA literally wanted to build an orbital shipyard. Yeah, Star Trek style. They had these awesome ideas. And then like everything else, they said, oh, you're doing too much, do less. And by the time the 90s came around, they basically took the dual keel concept and switched it to what's called a revised baseline design. So that's what they wanted to do right there, and they switched it to the revised baseline. Revised baseline is what eventually started getting manufactured. The revised baseline configuration is literally the ISS. It's the ISS, and then the revised baseline segment, those got canceled. That project got canceled, and they made it Alpha, the Project Alpha in 1993, and that became the ISS. So the ISS, the funny part is that the International Space Station is literally made out of leftover revised baseline segments from Space Station Freedom. They continued with a lot of the design. Very similar to how Orion was part of the Constellation program, and they canceled it, but they kept going with Orion, and now we have the Orion multi-purpose crewed vehicle. Yeah, there's a pattern here. Yeah, you notice it. It's annoying, isn't it? I know. Looks like this is how the early construction phase of design would be done. Yeah. So here's where I take parts from the ISS and parts from Space Station Freedom. How this was supposed to happen, how they wanted to assemble Space Station Freedom is a little bit different than how they wanted to assemble the ISS. And this is where my space station really differs from either one of them. The first thing that they wanted to do for Space Station Freedom, believe it or not, was put up a solar panel module. They wanted to put an SPM up there. Why did they want to put a solar panel module up there? Well, on Space Station Freedom's design, with the baseline configuration, right here, the propulsion modules would be out on the end of the truss segments, right there. See? 1, 2, 3, and 4. Those end up being your power and propulsion system. On the ISS, for instance, that's not how that works. The propulsion systems on the ISS make up are the Russian orbital segment, the ROS. So if we look at, this picture's good enough. We look at right there, see that module? That's the propulsion system. That's Zvezda, or a Russian DOS-9 module. That's attached to Zarya, which is a functional cargo block in Russian, or FGB for short. The FGB and the DOS are, believe it or not, funnily enough, they're components that are left over from the Soviet space program's Mir 2. Yeah, believe it or not. Yeah, that's leftover Mir 2 space station parts. And our side of the space station, the USOS side, is literally leftover Space Station Freedom parts. And we combined all those together to make one international station, right? So it's funny because the spots where the propulsion modules attached now have a bunch of science experiments on them, which is interesting. Yeah, see? That's where the prop modules were supposed to go on the ISS, but they ended up attaching a bunch of different experiments like the alpha magnetic spectrometer right there, AMSO2. And then a bunch of external platforms. These are all external platforms. These are all just shuttle pallets that they just attached with the arm. But I digress. So the ISS ended up sending up Zarya first, right? And then, I don't know why new tabs get put into a new window. Must be some weird setting that I have to change, but whatever. So the ISS, they started by sending up Zarya, the one with the retracted modules there, retracted solar panels, excuse me. And then we docked one of our 6-axis nodes called Unity to it, right? So Unity was attached via a mating adapter to Zarya, and that was the start of the station. And then we built the truss segment off of the pressurized modules, interestingly enough. With Space Station Freedom, they were gonna start by sending up one of these guys over here. They were gonna start over here and then build. Actually, they were gonna start this side and build left to right. If you were looking at the station from the front, they would have started over here because the solar panel modules have the propulsion modules. So they would have needed to have started over here, and then eventually they would have built the truss segments, or finished the truss segment and then built the modules underneath it. Which is why, yeah, see, here you go. They would have put the solar panel up there, and then the second shuttle would have installed the propulsion modules, right? And then they would have built out the truss segment. And then they would have added one module that the shuttle could dock to and build out the entire truss segment and then build the station modules off of that. See the PDF. Mention Shuttle C for more assembly concepts. Oh, neat. So, flags and beams. Yep, they're flags, Nils. Yeah, Shuttle C would have probably been a good idea. Yeah, I see it, Thomas. So, they could have built this way. You could have started with the modules. So here's where mine really differs. In order for Kerbal to understand this, this is a complicated system, guys. I don't think I need to say it. It's pretty damn complicated. This is all stock parts, by the way. These parts are just flags with textures on them, but they're all stock parts that come in the game. I just put textures on them to make it look nice. Some of these textures are see-through, like that one. I have a flag texture pack that has like wing shapes and truss shapes and stuff. But if I put this up on Kerbal, you could just reassign these to different textures or just whatever, or use the flag pack that has color swatches in it. But whatever. But yeah, the point is that anyone can use this. So what, like, if you look, I have the spots to mount those propulsion modules as well. But in order for this to work correctly, in order for this to work right, I need to assemble it in a way so it doesn't blow up when I dock stuff to it, because it's a complicated system. So how am I going to do that? How are we doing this? So the Z1, the center truss segment, is the first component that's going to be built. That is my propulsion system temporarily until we build better propulsion systems. No, Simpy, I don't. I'm poor. Sorry. So, do you risk cracking if you mess with the propulsion in something like this? Not necessarily, Warder. No. Now, eventually I might need to move these RCS thrusters out here to a point where we could do that. But that's why I have the ladders. So Kerbal EVA should be able to move them out there. That shouldn't be an issue. So Basically, I'm starting with the Z1, and then we'll build out S1 and S2. I actually have to put a label on this too. We have to label the module. I forgot to do that. Why is that all blanked out like that? Yeah, doesn't matter. I won't read too much into it. I don't even want to pretend like I understand what the hell just happened. I think the S might be upside down. Nope, it's not. But anyway, so I'm going to build Z1 and then S1 and then S2. And then here's where this gets a little wonky. And this is what I'm not... They're not attached. Yeah, that's very strange. Yeah, now they are, which is weird. But whatever. So I haven't really tested this, and this is something that we should probably mess with, but I know for a fact that I need my root part to be on the Z1 truss segment. I know it needs to be on the Z1 truss segment because I don't want my modules getting all bent out of shape. You ever attach something in Kerbal and have it explode? That's because of something called vessel docking hierarchy rules. The vessel hierarchy rules are a pain in the butt. They're a pain in the butt to understand and get right. Long story short, I put it there so when we dock, it won't blow up. It won't grenade the entire station. I keep the root part of the entire station kind of close to where I'm docking from. For instance, I don't want to send up a solar panel module first, and then have the S2 attached to the S1 attached to S2, and then Z1 attached to S1. If I have a feeling that if I built it this way, it would probably explode. Hey, Strikeonic, 12 months. Now that I'm looking at it, I'm not 100% on that. You know what? Let's get DX's vessel viewer out. I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about, dudes. So, Craft and Kerbal have kind of a skeleton to them, if you will. And the skeleton is basically showing parts and how they connect. If you don't connect the parts in the right way, it blows up. That's the short story. So if I go in here and we find the craft file that I'm currently working on, station prototype, right there. Open it up. There's my station's hierarchy right there. This is how all of these modules are put together. If you notice, the hierarchy is fairly uniform, right? It's fairly uniform across, like, left to right. Warder, do you see this? See what I'm talking about? It's pretty damn symmetrical. There are certain modules in certain places, right? And the blue lines represent strut, by the way. And the red lines are auto struts. But if you notice, how I have this kind of working is that we have a line from that truss piece right there. That line has not many connections all the way out to the very end of the panel module. See, it's a straight line right there. And then all the other components are kind of built off of it, like branches on a tree. This is a stable way of building something in KSP. Now, why? Why is this so stable? Why does this work? I don't understand. Even the modules down here, see how there's a straight line and that straight line doesn't have many parts? Right there, the only hardcore parts are where the berthing modules are, which is fairing, docking port, fairing. And then you have two fairings and you have docking port, fairing on the back. The reason why I wanted to put the Z1 truss segment in first is because I really want to make sure, you need to make sure that your root part on your space station is basically in a centralized location. This will make it so no matter what you dock, it'll basically work like branches on a tree. So a good example would be like if I put a shuttle docking port right here and the shuttle docked to this, how many degrees of separation are we away from the root part? The root part on the shuttle, right, is the Mark III cockpit. And whatever docking system that I'm going to make for the shuttle, which I haven't made yet, is going to be maybe 1 or 2 degrees, 1 or 2 parts separation from the root. That's done on purpose, right? So we'll have like Mark III, docking adapter, docking port, right? And then we have the regular docking port right there. And then, right, you're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 parts away from the root part. That's not very long. That's very close considering how much stuff is in between where the shuttle is going to dock and where the root part of the entire station is. Why? It's a building rule that I have called 6 degrees of separation. The building rule basically states that the root parts of every single subassembly should not be that far away from each other. You should be able to trace a clear and direct path from the root part of whatever you're docking to the root part of the thing that you're docking to. Okay? I try to make it as close as I can without, just making a straight line of modules, right? It's the Kevin Bacon rule. Exactly. So, is there a way to use docking hierarchy rules to reroute the station deliberately? That's what I'm getting. That's the next thing that's an important thing to understand. So, KSP vessel hierarchy rules. I can't spell hierarchy because I'm an idiot. So, yes, Aqualex, you can rewrite. This is an important thing to understand. Okay? This is very important. So, if you look at the hierarchy here, it's pretty obvious to tell that the Z1 truss is the centerpiece right there, that truss segment. That's kind of the heart of the entire design. It's right there. Okay? That's very easy to spot. And I built my hierarchies out. Keep in mind, I was not using symmetry when I made these. I copied the module, pasted it over here, and then made the adjustments to make it symmetrical. There's a reason for that, and I'll get into that a little bit later. One is I have to break down the entire damn space station and send it up in pieces. So I built it in this way so I wouldn't be able to rely on symmetry auto strutting. But that's another advanced thing that I'll get into later. Long story short, it needs to be broken down, each piece, and then launched in the shuttle and then attached. I built the station in a way, basically exactly how it would be in space. The exact same way it would be built in space. You can't build in symmetry when you're assembling modules together in KSP up on orbit. So, the root part is right there. It's that truss piece. Now, you see how all my auto struts kind of basically flow more or less towards that root part. You want to know why you dock to stuff in Kerbal sometimes and the station starts weeble wobbling around and then it eventually just blows up? Because you reverse the flow of your hierarchy. Hierarchy flow reversal. It's a thing in KSP. It's not a thing that the developers intended. It's just a thing that happens from docking a bunch of things together. You ever build a really big ship in Kerbal, you go to dock a new piece to it and the thing just starts wobbling out of control and blowing up? That comes from reversing your auto struts. The auto struts and the way the hierarchy is put together. It erases things. Why? Why does it erase things? Well, if you notice, I'm using a lot of grandparent struts right here. And those grandparent struts all strut to root part. That makes this act a certain way. If I changed the root part to out here, okay, none of these would be going in the same direction. In fact, over here, we would have flow basically in the same direction. But the flow out here would be going this way instead of converging on a centralized point. So we would literally reverse the flow out here. That's super bad. You do not want that. That right there is what causes vessels to explode. If you want to know how I know this, trial and error. I've had extremely complicated things blow up in my face with like a couple hundred people watching in Kerbal. It's very embarrassing. I don't like it. I really don't like it when that happens. It's very, I mean, don't get me wrong. Things blowing up in Kerbal is the norm. But I try not to do it, right? So, watch. I'll show you. Here's why this happens. Here's the biggest reason. So, I'll go switch this to my testing file here. We'll overwrite what we have. All right. You guys see this right here, right? You see it? Everything is flowing and converging to a central point right there. I'll show you what vessel hierarchy reversal looks like. So, let's go here and let's set that grandparent part to root, okay? Let's make our central truss segment right there. So in this particular design, that docking port is your root part. So let me take this. I'll get rid of my building jig because we're in the test graph file, all right? So let's save this, right? And set that to root. Now we ran a strut from here to that truss segment. You can see it. If we go and open up another hierarchy view, right? And we load up the test craft file, right? Take a look. Where are you? Station prototype T. Here we go. Now we load up auto struts. Okay. Same idea. Everything is converging, but you see that root part that I ran right there. See it? That auto strut is going right to my root. This probably works. I could probably edit this up into orbit right now. It'll work. I know it'll work. I know it'll work. So, say we dock something over here, and my docking hierarchy rules screw it up. So, Aqualex, you asked if you can reroute things. You absolutely can reroute stuff in space. The way you reroute stuff is whatever ship type you set it to. So, what do you have in Kerbal? When you go in the tracking station, you have debris, probe, lander, right? Or debris, probe, plane, lander, station, base, relay, I think is what you have. Each one of those has priority over other ones, okay? So, the rules are here somewhere. Okay, here we go. Rule number 1. And this was made back in the day by a Kerbal developer. There's vessel docking priority. This is what kills people. This is what blows up your modules if you try to attach two things together in space and they wobble to pieces. Here we go. Debris, probe, rover, lander, ship, station, base. That's your hierarchy. Station and base are the highest ones. So if I dock, a plain English way to say this, okay, is if my station is not set as a station and my station is set as a probe, right? And I dock a ship to the space station, the game is going to read this as docking a probe to a ship. You don't, when a vessel goes up in real life to the ISS, right? It does not, the ISS doesn't dock to Dragon, right? No, Dragon docks to the ISS. Why? The ISS is where you're going. That's the stationary point, right? If you don't set your vessels correctly, there's a scenario where Kerbal could dock the station to the ship, and the ship takes priority. If you do that, you can really screw things up. I'll show you. So, Remember the space station, right? We have the station. And I did that root part. That root part goes over here. Right? Goes to right there. It goes to the centralized piece. Watch what happens when let's say we dock a ship out here, right? You know, I want to put another solar panel array out here or something. So let's open up our solar panel arrays. Right? They won't deploy, right? But say we open it up, right? And we have a pod out here or something. We want to attach a pod. And that pod, for whatever reason, say it's set to ship and the space station is set to debris or whatever. Watch what happens when I reroute to the pod. Okay? So you guys see this, right? Let's go right back in and we'll load up the craft file again. Didn't load it. Hang on a minute. It isn't the same craft file. Yeah, docking port 3 is out at the end of the hierarchy. Try refreshing, loading it. All right. Yeah, okay, Theox, I got you. No, it must cache that craft file, dude. But it didn't. It's not detecting it as root anymore. Oh, I know the reason. Theox, don't worry about it. Here, check this out. I already hedged my bets against this. Or did I? It's not rerouting. It's not detecting it as a root part anymore. Okay, 3-1 pod. There it is. Okay, there it is. Now look. Okay, you see the difference here? Now, for whatever reason, it still's running that to root, which might mean I need to... Yeah, you got to reset it. Okay. That's perfect. Let me just reload this one more time, and I will show you the differences here. I'll show you why this breaks things and why it doesn't like it. Okay, well, you need to reset the auto strut. Oh, that's weird. It's detecting that as being run to there. Interesting. Anyway. Okay, let me get these two cameras more or less in the same spot. So we're looking at the station at the front every time. You see how all the auto struts flow towards the center here? But over here, look, everything flows left to right. Or if we're looking at the front of the station, yeah, left to right. See? See what I mean? When you dock a vessel together, if Kerbal goes from this to that, the game really doesn't like doing that. It really, really, really freaks out. Now, here's another thing. This is what I was trying to show you, but it didn't pop it up, which is fine. But I can show you in game. That root part strut that was attached over here, the game will rerun it. And the game is going to try to attach that to that pod. Here's the messed up part. I have a robotic. There's a robotic piece now in my main hierarchical line. And it's not locked. It's going to move because the solar array moves. So look at where it attached this root part to. Root part is now attached to that thing. Because unlocked servos, or unlock any robotic parts, they block auto struts. So now if I lock it, look. So now we have a root part that's going from there to there. How many degrees of separation is that part away from that part? It's a long way. Does the game let you run a strut this long in the editor? So let's just attach a piece that I can attach to strut to here. Take a look. It's okay, Theix. It's no problem. I can explain it in here. Does the game let you run a strut this long? Nope. Why? Why won't it let me run a strut that long? I can only run a strut to there. I can't run a strut all the way over there. Why? Well, it's because of how Kerbal is coded. It's called a floating point error, a float point error, okay? Error, okay? Long story short, the game likes rounding numbers, okay? It rounds numbers to make sure you don't bog your computer down in calculations, okay? Because you like rounding numbers, because the game likes rounding numbers, or the computer likes rounding numbers, I should say, it only rounds it off to like a 6th or a 7th decimal point. When you try to make a strut over a long distance, right? The accuracy of that strut is going to go down. The angle of the strut and the accuracy goes down. Think about it like if you're, doing like competitive shooting. The further the target is away, the less accurate you're going to be. Same exact idea, right? It's going to be harder to make a strut that runs longer, which is why struts are hard-coded in the game to only be a certain distance. Auto struts, obviously, because they're not there, can get around that problem. But if you run that strut over too long of a distance, what's going to happen is the game's going to try to round off the length of that strut. And if it tries to round it to a certain number, if it rounds it down, what it's going to do, it's going to pull that module like that. Seriously. That strut will tug and it'll pull two modules close to each other. And that resulting tension is what makes that wobbling force. And makes the station just shake out of control and blow up. See what I'm talking about? Docking vessel hierarchy is so ridiculously important to avoid stuff like that from happening. Which is why I can't really build... Don't get me wrong. I'm pretty sure you could. I could build out here from the start and then use docking hierarchy to overcome it. Right? We probably could... Now that I'm thinking about it, we probably could start here, here, and here. Right? It's doable. But I try to keep the root part of the entire station centralized to here. So docking vessel hierarchy rules, Aqualex, can overwrite root part. They absolutely can. You can change the root part. You can use the rerouting function in space if you really know what you're doing. Now, is that all bad or is it all good? Here's the thing. That's basically where I was going with that just a second ago. If you really know what you're doing, that can be very useful, and you can use it to actually shorten struts, right? Exactly, Nova. What I like to do with my station is make sure everything flows to a centralized point. Because, like I said, if what you're docking to is too far away from what if the craft that you're docking to the station is too far away from the station's root part, you run into the game running auto struts for you. Now, certain parts, dudes, are hard-coded. Like landing gear, they're hard-coded to always heaviest part auto strut. Think about that for a second. When the shuttle docks to this, wherever that heaviest part is, it's going to try to run a strut to it. You ever dock a shuttle to your space station flaps out of control and crashes? It's because the landing gear are trying to strut to something and it can't strut to it. It's too far. And then it'll actually start bending your space station, and the SAS will try to compensate and bend your space station back, and then it's like a wishbone. It'll eventually break. Yeah, Sea Kraken, right? So what I like to do, and this is something that I learned, is keep the root parts of your sub-assemblies, root parts of everything that you're attaching, very close. The root part of the S2 truss segment right here, that's the root part. See how close it is to the root part of the Z1 truss segment? The root part of the next solar array is right there. It's not very far from that. It's like 1 or 2 degrees of separation through the docking port. This is why I went with a centralized system. And this is where my design differs from Space Station Freedom or the ISS. How does it differ from the ISS? Well, I have 2 tandem modules like Space Station Freedom. But how the ISS was designed, like I said, it was made out of leftover Space Station Freedom parts. How the ISS was going to be designed is it was going to have an S0 and a P0 truss segment. The S0 truss segment is a truss that's designed to hold the module, to hold the modules on it, to underslung the modules. P0 is designed to have the second row of modules underslung. And then in between those, you had the Z1 truss segment. Now, if you look at the ISS, right? If you look at the ISS has the Z1 truss segment and the S0 truss segment, but there's no P0 truss segment. Why? Because it's made out of leftover Space Station Freedom parts. And they abandoned the tandem module design when they switched to the ISS, right? So I have a 3D model of the ISS. I did not make this model. This is off of NASA's website. It's going to take a second to load it. We got to push the little yellow button to load it. No, I'm not making these into Kerbal modules. Absolutely not. They're way too high res. The station is literally like millions of tries. I'm not doing that. This would croak any computer. So, interesting thing, guys. If you look at the Z1 truss segment, which is not, it's called the truss segment, but it ain't mounted. That's not mounted on the truss segment. If you look at its shape, that trapezoidal shape, and then you look at the truss segment has a trapezoidal shape. The reason why is the Z1 in the original Space Station Freedom design was designed to go right here. The reason why it was designed to go right there is because another truss segment, like the S0 right there, was supposed to go on the other side and hold the second set of modules. So how the original Space Station Freedom design was supposed to go, Z1 was supposed to be in the center, S0, and P0. Now this does not do that. The ISS doesn't do that. It has the S0 truss segment. The S0 truss segment is right over the Destiny module, exactly how it is in Space Station Freedom's design. See? The Destiny module. It's right there on the S0. Exactly how it was supposed to be designed for Space Station Freedom. But Space Station Freedom got canned. So they took the leftover pieces that they had already made and started making the ISS out of leftover parts. It's not really, when I say leftover parts, it's not necessarily leftover parts. A better way to say it would be that it's made out of the parts that were already engineered for Space Station Freedom and the parts were reworked for the ISS. That's a good way to say it. But if you notice, the ISS has an S0 and then it goes right to P1. And then you go over here and then it has S1 right there. So you have S0, S1, P1. There's no P0 segment because the P0 module was supposed to carry the tandem. It was supposed to carry the second chain of modules there. Something like that, RJ. Leftover parts is previously designed. That's right, 54. You got it, man. And the Z1 was supposed to be on a truss. But in the ISS's design, because they only went with one row of modules, they didn't want the Z segment to be here. That's where it was supposed to attach. And in Space Station Freedom's design, it's supposed to be right here, between the S0 and P0 segments. Like I said, just look at the thing. It's the shape of the truss segments. It's literally that hexagonal shape right there. or trapezoidal, I should say, but it's the same shape because that was supposed to attach right there, but that's another story. So I don't want to build like this because I want the tandem module. So I can't just mount my Z1 on top of a node like this. I don't want to do that. I want to build it like Space Station Freedom. So what I did was I took the real life P0 from Space Station Freedom, which never got made, the S0 truss segment from the ISS, and the Z1 truss segment from the ISS, and I combined them into one thing right there. And if we go back and look at our hierarchy here, everything flows to that Z1 truss segment. So on my station, I have Z1, S1, and S2. Z1, P1, and P2. There's no zeros because Z1 right here is technically S0, P0, and Z1 all combined into one. So I don't have a P1 and P0 on my design. That's something that I had to change. It's not like Space Station Freedom, and it's not like the ISS either. The reason I went with this design decision, like I said, is because of hierarchy rules. I don't want a hierarchy that flows left to right. I don't want a hierarchy that... I want everything to be centralized like this. Now, I know these kind of look like all the same, but if you look, all the auto struts flow this way. See, they're all going that way. They all go from left to right on your screen. Now, if you look at this one, this is the master file. They flow inward to a centralized point. This right here will be a stronger, more stable design in KSP. This will allow you to do more things. It'll be more modular. You can change stuff. Not the root part, but I can add pieces to it. I could add another solar panel here, and it wouldn't be that many degrees of separation from the root part. Nor would I need to worry about auto struts screwing up, because the auto struts would all be flowing inward. Okay? So why even have the Z1 on the ISS? That's a good question, Goose. Why have it in the first place? Well, one, it was reworked, like what 54 said. It was reworked, but the big reason is kind of behind this blanket right here, if you look. Anybody know what those things are? Those 4 discs right there? Those are the CMGs, the control moment gyros. That's the gyroscopes for the ISS. There's 4 of them. That's why they needed the Z1, because it was already integrated into the design. And, Joe also said it, it's carrying the KU band antenna. That's actually S-band, excuse me. There are 2 antennas on the Z1 truss segment. For whatever reason, with this, one of the antennas is pointed down at node 3, which doesn't really make sense. Both of those antennas are up. Those are double redundant S-band. These S-band antennas are used for communicating with NASA's tracking data and relay system. They're the TDRS dishes. They bounce signals off satellites and geostationary, so mission control can constantly be in communication with the ISS no matter where it is. But how are the gyros doing on the real ISS? They're fine. As a reference, what is the root part on your station when it will be on orbit? Novaraptor, that's the reason why I built the station non-symmetrically in the way that I did. My root part is exactly where it should be. Right in the center. When I build stuff down here, guys, I build it, especially a station or something that's going to be in space for a long period of time. I build it in the environment that it's supposed to operate in. So my space station, this space station should theoretically be assembled the exact same as when we actually go to assemble it. It should act exactly the same. So like I said, I did not build with symmetry nodes here. There's no symmetry. If I pulled this module right here, I'll gizmo it. If I gizmo this module, like gizmo the P1, S1 is not going to move. It's just going to stay where it is because there's no symmetry node. And I'd like to add that an advanced function that you can do with rerouting craft in space like that, a kind of more advanced thing is that you can delete symmetry nodes on orbit if you reroute the right way. But, see, here's the thing, and this is the most important part to understand. If I dock one thing out here and the logic isn't correct, and we reverse the hierarchy and it goes left-right, instead of flowing to the center, like that. If we do that, that stays that way, fellas. It'll stay like that. The game will, even if I detach the stupid pod over here, if we detach it, that docking port out there becomes the root part. And the hierarchy will just be overwritten going in that direction. And it'll stay like that. It'll stay like that. And then now what happens if I dock a shuttle to this? And that shuttle has landing gear on it. And those landing gears are looking for heaviest part. They're going to go to a completely different spot. Or if I have any root part auto struts on the shuttle, anywhere, they're going to be looking to strut out here. And if I have the robotic piece right there, the rotational servo is unlocked because the solar panel is moving. If we screw it up, it's going to try to attach auto struts to that servo, and that servo will get stuck. And if the servo tries to rotate and it's auto strutted, you're introducing a lot of potential energy into your space station. So that means when you undo it and those auto struts don't run, your solar panel's going to yank out of, going to basically work like a trebuchet in space. Yep, you can use struts as rubber bands if you know what you're doing. This is the kind of stuff that's really important to understand if you're doing a big integrated project in KSP. Fellas, if you're just trying to launch stuff into space, you don't need to listen to all this. This is more advanced building strategies in KSP, but this is important when you're doing a big integrated project like this. And Theix, once again, thank you for the hierarchy viewer. It's super useful. Why don't things orbit in real life like the ISS retain their rotation like how it does in Kerbal? Because physics? EJ, is the hierarchy why you have docking ports on the front of the truss segments? Yeah, Nova. Okay, that's a good question. Is the hierarchy why I have docking ports here? How do we store stuff in the shuttle's payload bay? I have a docking port on the bottom of the payload bay. So this is what I've been thinking about. This is what I've been thinking about when we dock stuff together. So hear me out. And this is why I think this is a good enough way to get started. But on top of making the modules, I have to figure out exactly how this space station is going to go together. That's going to take time. And that's what I think we should work on this week, along with building other payloads. Hey, Ray, what's going on? Space station has the ability to change its orbit to avoid objects. That's correct. Yeah, the Zarya and Zvezda modules are power and propulsion for the station. They can maneuver the space station around. Yeah, like in Kerbal, unless you have persistent rotation, when you time warp, something is going to stop rotating. That does not happen in space. Rocket Guy is right. I didn't contradict him at all. He's absolutely right. Physics. But space is empty, no? So what external disturbances would there be? Rocket Guy, you answer about me interjecting just complicated things. Flykin, listen to Rocket Guy. I'm not exactly sure what you're talking about now. I'm confused. Flykin, what happens in Kerbal does not happen in real life. If you time warp in Kerbal, stuff stops moving. That doesn't happen. It'll just keep going until something perturbs it. Solar radiation, pressure, gravity, harmonics, atmospheric effects. There's 1,000 bajillion different ways to perturb something in space other than a control moment gyro. Yep. So if the docking port in front of the Z1 truss segment is set to the root, how does that help solve the problem? Well, Nova, that is connected to this. That docking port is connected to this truss segment. Let me get back to explaining what I was explaining to you. Okay, so let's think about this. This is why, Nova, over the past couple of weeks, whenever I get into the station craft file, whenever I build this stuff, I really, really sit here and kind of go, Like I do something like this, or I sit here and I go, I'm thinking. Because I'm thinking about how the station is going to go together. So, I dock stuff inside of the shuttle's payload bay with a downward facing docking port inside of the payload bay. So, that means when we pull this out of the payload bay, right? So that's going to be its root part, all right? Now, the shuttle will use the arm to get at that point, to grapple at that docking port. And then once we undock this from there, once the arm is attached, what happens? Well, you reverse the flow. You reverse the hierarchical flow here, don't you? It changes. It'll change it. It will. That becomes the root part of the subassembly because it's attached to the arm. Now, I don't need to worry about docking ports and auto struts and stuff screwing up here because the arm is attached and the robotics on the arm are unlocked, so they're going to block the auto struts. And then we put this thing up in space and the Z1 segment is just there. And that ends up being the root. Both of these docking ports, number one right there, the shuttle attachment port, and number 2 right there, both of those docking ports are less than a degree of separation from the root. So here's the thing. Nova, think about it like this. I have a centralized node right there, okay? The front docking port is right here. The back docking port for the arm is right here. And then my probe core is going this way. We're in 3 axis here, okay? So that's bad. That's bad as well. Like that. So that's the probe core right there. If I set the probe core as a base component per the docking vessel hierarchy rules, if I set it to station is over here. The only thing that's going to override it is base, right? If we set it to station or we set it to base, right? It'll assign this component as base with its root part being right here. See how they're all attached to this truss segment right there? This makes it so this doesn't reverse any hierarchies. And guess what, dude? Every module's built like this. This is the kind of stuff I had to think about. The module goes this way, the Z1 goes that way, and it goes that way. Understand? It makes it so docking port there, probe core there. It makes it so I can swap root part from here to here and the probe core be right there, and it doesn't change your degree of separation at all. The part will literally act exactly the same. It'll act the same because you're not changing any of the grandparent strut hierarchy that's out here. The hierarchy doesn't reverse. Understand? It never reverses. So if these are set to grandparent strut, no matter if the root part is here, here, or here, grandparent strut will always be there. It'll always be right in the center. This is the type of logic that I'm thinking about when we go and do this. Now I can show you right here. Take a look. There's the front docking port, right? The front docking port is right there. Now, this is kind of hard to look at because there's a flag in the way. Docking port is there. The truss piece is root right there. And then the other docking port is up here. See how they're all less than a degree of separation from that truss? That'll make the game logically always run the same hierarchy no matter what I'm docked to here. Does that make sense? And here's the other thing, Nova. That'll make it, because that ends up being the root part, that'll make it so I can Kerbal EVA remove that docking port. We could just EVA remove it if we need to make room for the mobile base. I'm actually planning on leaving that port there so I can attach my trolley system that's going to roll on these rails right here. I'm actually planning on leaving that in position. The reason why I'm going to leave it in position is so we can attach the trolley and the trolley will be able to move down. We could remove them here, here, and here because they all follow, every one of these things follows the same exact logic. Now, On the outside modules, I did notice that I changed something just a teeny weeny bit. On the outside modules, what is this attached to? Hold on. Yeah, okay. It's not, it's exactly the same. So my bottom docking port on the outside module is attached to the first girder segment, and then my RMS positioning point is also attached to the girder segment. And guess what? Same deal right there. Same deal. So that'll make it so I can assemble these components and I don't have to worry about a crack and strike when I'm assembling them. That took a long time to figure out. My last tag to you. See last. My last tag to you. See last. Okay. Not sure if you saw this or not, but I had never bothered looking at my ISS hierarchy with the visualizer before. Pretty neat. Okay. Panto, what are you looking at? What a view. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that view doesn't suck. So, Rocket Guy, did you inadvertently do it? Let me see. More or less, you have some struts that are some auto struts that are going in different directions, but you're centralizing it around each segment. Yep. Yeah, see? Rocket Guy, I'll bet you that this is pretty solid. You can dock whatever to it, it doesn't pop. Right? Hey Harp, how was Christmas break? It was good. It's a pretty solid hierarchy, dude. Everything is flowing inward. Look at your solar panels. See how your solar panels are flowing in? And then from there, your auto struts flow in? The auto struts are a good way to visualize hierarchical flow. So this program right here is DX's KSP vessel hierarchy thing. This will show you how your ships are put together and just using nodes in a very, very simple way. All those individual solar panels are on robotic hinges. How many parts is this? Rocket Guy, if I'm looking at the hierarchy from this correctly, node 2 is your root. Yeah? Am I looking at that right? Some sporting news, JJ Watt is stopping. Huh. BX just wants a bunch of your craft files. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, you're probably right. Maybe it's Harmony. Harmony is node 2. I mean Unity. It's not Unity. Your hierarchy is flowing incorrectly for it to be that. Actually, it's hard to tell. See, right there, you have a bunch of auto struts that are going this way.
Discovery, go at throttle.
They're going here. Hey, Tourniquet. 50 months. Thanks, buddy.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Somebody gifted Floating Disc a sub. Thank you. So Hal, you asked why root part is so important, because if you're using auto struts and the game, because you docked another vessel to something, it tries to run an auto strut that's too far, it'll break the craft file. It'll put your space station under tension and basically turn it into a trebuchet, and it'll blow up. It'll go right to your thighs. And then you'll blow up. Pretty much, Nova, yeah. It all centers around this truss piece here. No matter where the root part is, if I set the probe core as root part, right? If I set the docking port here, the hierarchy doesn't change, because those are the pieces on the Z1 that I'm going to interact with. See, the truss segment is pretty straightforward stuff, dudes. you know, we could just add Z1, right? And then I know that putting the P1 and P2 segments on and S1 and S2 segments on is not going to be an issue. But now we're getting into modules. This information will be super helpful when I go to build one for KSP2. I have no freaking clue if this information will be pertinent for KSP2, so this information really only applies to KSP1. I have no idea how vessels are going to be put together in KSP2. So, yeah, just ignore... when it comes to KSP2, this information is not applicable in any way, shape, or form. Yeah, Thex, I don't know. I ended up making the point in here, and just make sure that that's not set to root part anymore. So that's actually the other thing that I kind of want to figure out, and I think we're fleshed out enough with the station design that I think it's time to actually go and look. I have how this thing is going to get put together thought out to a certain extent. But it's not thought out completely. I don't know exactly how we're going to put it all together. And that's what I'm going to try and figure out. I have it down to like where I know what we need to do with the hierarchy, and I know what's going to keep it in one piece. Might be heresy in the stream, but I watched the Falcon Heavy Starman test flight for the first time the other day, got chills and cried a little. It's a great mission. I heard that they slayed the Kraken for KSP2. I highly doubt that, Lunprod. Not that I don't have faith in the Kerbal developers. I'm pretty sure if they probably invented a hierarchical system that's going to eliminate the kind of stuff that I'm talking about. But, yeah, you never know. I guarantee you I'll find ways to make KSP2 angry. Kraken is more tied to the engine. Yep. I mean, it is and it isn't, dude. Rocky, I don't know because they've redone the hierarchical system. At least I think they have. Anyway, so, yeah, we got to think about how we're going to assemble this. Know if KSP2 is still going to be in Unity. It's public information that it's still on Unity, Jacker, yeah. KSP2 is also coded in Unity. KSP2 is KSP1 stripped down to its foundation and it has a new house built on top. Think about it like you're building a house. So what does a house have? You have the foundation of the house, right? And then you have your first floor, your second floor. You have all the plumbing, all the wiring, all the windows, roof, chimney, whatever. When they started making KSP2, when Intercept started making it, they took KSP1, they took the code for KSP1, and they demolished the house. They put it right down to its foundation. So at its core, KSP2 still is KSP1. But first floor, second floor, plumbing, electricity is all modernized. So the graphics are better, the physics simulation is better, the hierarchy should be better if I'm understanding how it's going together right. Don't get me wrong, guys, I don't know anything that you don't know. I'm serious. I've talked with the developers about the game in the past, but I purposely don't try not to pry too much. You know what I mean? So they built a new house on the same exact foundation. So it still feels like Kerbal. Because it is. But we have better physics, better graphics, better scatterer. They put an addition on the house, so to speak, in the form of like base building and then a second star system, etc., etc. I was wondering if it'll be more accessible to non-STEM people. They're putting tutorials and stuff in, Whitney, yeah. Updated your space station. It looks good, Helmus. I like the science canisters. That's cool. We don't want Sean Connery coming up through the basement. I hope my timing hasn't changed, Tessa. Science, technology, engineering, and math, Hal. I'm thinking something along the lines of what Kibo does. Not a bad idea. I was like, yes, I am not one of those. So yeah, Whitney, the tutorials should be better, but I'm kind of like, I'll admit, I kind of have mixed feelings about that, because part of the reason why this stream ended up being successful back in the day is because there were no tutorials. There were no tutorials for Kerbal, and people had to go look on Twitch and YouTube to understand how the game works. So I'm also like, Monkas, no, don't make them too good, or else I'm screwed. Yeah, Warder, I know. I'm pretty sure it won't be an issue, but also I'm like, no, bruh. Oh my god. I love refrigerators. Yeah, I'm still gonna break the game. Red, I kind of said that to Nate's face. I hope he took that in an endearing way. I hope. I was like, I'm gonna break the frick out of your game. I'm gonna break the frick out of this. I'm gonna break it. Sorry. I'm finna break it. Pretty bad, actually. Yeah, I will find a way to make it explode. That's what I do, man. What do you want? I think you'll enjoy this truth. Ugh. Okay, cool. I know KSP can be very scary for non-engineering people, so I was wondering if they improve the accessibility. I guess the tutorials will be cool. Whitney, that's our job. That's our job. That's what we do. That's what we're here for. Don't make us irrelevant. That's what we're here for. I will take away your baguette! I'm just kidding. Don't. But seriously though, no. I actually want. Yeah, the way a good way to look at it is if there's more accessibility, more tutorials. If we do more stuff with Kerbal, that's more exposure. So that's good. That's what I'm really kind of hoping, you know. But also, I can teach people too. I can teach people too. I'm pretty good at it. Just saying. By the way, Jay, thanks to you, I finally started doing fun stuff in KSP, and I did a stock space shuttle, and it flies. Yeah, see? See? Somebody gifted a sub to Ford, and somebody gifted a sub to Donald. I don't know who it is because it says it's anonymous, but thank you very much. Hokey. Yeah, alright, cool. Yeah, SKS, yeah, there you go. Cool. Hey, Nevio, Merry Christmas. Ken, send me Merry Christmas. Panta, you're saying you wish you spoke French so you could enjoy the streams more. So learn French. It's not too bad. It's just the pronunciation is what gets me. But I can understand. Like if someone speaks like when we're watching Alien Space, I can pretty much understand what they're saying. It's pretty damn close. I took Spanish in high school, and they're both Spanish, French, Italian. They all kind of come from the same like roots. So it's not too big of a deal to understand it. Finally done with my first functional single stage to orbit lander in KSP. Nice, Rosh. There you go. Yeah, SKS. That's kind of always been the point. I'm mostly kidding about the tutorial thing. I'm just trying to be funny, but you know. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Panta, you know, Whitney speaks English just fine, right? Like, just saying, just putting it out there. Play the solar panel cow controller, please, 5 times preferably. Okay, so Kraken, I will, but I will tell you this: do not tip the stream expecting something from me, please. I'm not about to set that expectation. If you tip the stream again and say play it a couple more times, I'm not doing it. Thanks, Deke. Yes. Let me see Space Phobic. Oh, look at that little guy. Cool. It looks good. Vulcan, that's pretty much how the ISS ones work, only they kind of spin roll out, you know what I mean? Oh, I'm stretching. Okay. Hey, Erudite, how are you? Will the station even consume enough electricity to warrant so many panels? I don't know. Maybe. Depends on what we do with it. Actually, floating disk, now that I'm thinking about it, yeah, probably. It probably will. Because if I have a station RMS on this thing, like a remote manipulator, yeah, we're going to need a lot of power to get that thing working. So, yeah. Yeah, I want to make sure that, yeah. I wonder how effective tweaking the craft file would be to make a larger panel in the same way you did the SRB gimbal. I don't know, Aqualex. I don't really have much experience in modifying craft files like that, except for the SRB. But I wanted that because I wanted the shuttle to work with SRBs. That's what you have to do. But yeah, either way, I'm still kind of thinking how the frick we're gonna put this thing together. So the problem is like, okay, here's what I'm wondering. Space Station Freedom was gonna start with putting a solar panel out, right? And then they were going to put a truss segment, right? And then they were going to put the module holder. And then they were going to put the Z1, right? Like here, we can get out of paint like this. Yeah, control moment gyro palette. Interesting. I'm wondering how what would the shuttle have docked to if there was no mod? Jesus. Yikes. I have a question, sorry. I just might seem a little off topic. I'm curious to know, do you need any special lighting for your green screen? I just bought one the other day and I've got it. And I haven't put it up because I heard you need special lighting. No. I mean, I have Elgato Studio lights, Clayton. Yeah, just Elgato lights. You just... So, the special lighting, dude, I have 4 lights. There are 4. There's always going to be 4, okay? There are 4 lights. So... Okay, what you got to worry about when you're doing 2-dimensional lighting like this. So, newscasts, news anchors are lit this way. There's a bunch of things lit this way. So, Clayton, you need 4 lights. I have 2 lights here and here. Those lights are lighting me. Right? That's lighting me. And you could see, if I put my hands in front of my face, you could see the shadows from those lights. Okay? You need foreground and background lighting, especially if you're using a chroma, okay? Now, I have 2 lights to my sides here that are actually parallel to me. They don't really do anything. They don't light me. They light the screen. Because you want a uniform color on your green screen, right? You want a uniform color. It'll be easier to chroma it out if it's a uniform color. And my green screen is pretty dang uniform, because these lights are they're casting up against the screen and making it all kind of uniform. There's no shadows on that green screen, because if there was, you know, this would show up, my shadow on the screen would show up, right? Actually, I could probably tweak the green screen lighting a little bit better so it doesn't do this, but because you could see where my arm is? Now my hand's in front of those lights. See what I'm talking about? And they're not exactly uniform. One is a little bit further than the other one is. That's because my desk is L-shaped, but yeah. But yeah, that's how you fix that. Turn off those side lights to show the difference. See, this still works, but see how it's, see what I'm talking about? Look at, you can see my shadow from the lights on the green screen. It's being cast. See? That's what the backlighting does. So you need 2 lights at least, because we're in 2 dimensions, right? So you just have left and right here. So that's why you need 2 lights on either side of you. 2 lights for lighting me, 2 lights for lighting the screen. You can go more lights if you want. Now, here's the thing. If my camera was 45 degrees like this, and my keyboard was over here, now we're getting into 3/4. That's 3-point lighting now. So I'd need a light here, I'd need a light here, and then you need kind of an ambient light to light this correctly. Or else there's going to be a shadow on the left side of my face the entire time. And you will definitely see it. Okay, I did hear that I need special lighting, so you can get, what, up to 6 lights? I suppose. I'm doing it with 4, Clayton. It really depends. You're gonna need 6 lights if you're it's all about the camera angle, dude. So if my camera is up there, right, and it's a 3/4 view looking down, I'm gonna need more lights. You're gonna need 6 because you're lighting more axis. It's, you know, forward, back, left, right, up, and down. Okay? That's important. If my camera was up there, I would need a light this way, and then a light shining down on me. because if you looked at this camera view from the top, there's no light up here because there's only 2 lights shining directly at me. It's called 3-point lighting, okay? Now, Clayton, because I am centered on the camera like this, because the camera is pointed right at me at relatively the same height, you only need 2. Hey, Rocket. I'm well past counting fingers and toes for these 65 months. Thanks, man. Yeah, there's also ambient light. So, Warder, my ambient light comes from light bouncing off of walls that are painted white. That's why I painted this room ice white. I wanted it to look like an office, or, well, studio. It's easier to light it. So, because it's 2, right? So, yeah, Impy, you know this. I'm using a 2-point light system with ambient bounce off the walls. I know lighting. I know lighting pretty well. I went to school for it. So, I have two lights for the screen, and even then, it's still not very uniform. Impy, it's good enough, and that's probably why it's chromaing this out. It's not, like, perfect, but it's close enough. Dude, just go on Amazon and Studio Light. Easy peasy. Yeah, bouncing light, Impy, will get you a softer light. It'll get you a diffused light. It'll get you softer lighting. That's what I used to do, Impy. Back in the day when my screen was orange and stuff, orange is really easy to... It's really easy to light it because it's freaking bright orange. I just had 2 lights that were pointed at the wall and bounced. I used the intensity of the light to light me, and of course I ended up looking blue all the time because the monitors ended up lighting me more than the lights did. But the diffuse off the wall made the chroma work really well. It gave you a nice uniform light. But here, I'll show you one more thing here. Like here, I'll turn the chroma key off. See? My green screen is pretty uniform, but it's not exact. It's not exactly lit. But it's close. I should do something like this. But you can see it's not very uniform because one light is a little bit closer to the other. Technically, I should put that studio light right here where the other one is, and they should be aligned. Because some of my green screen light is illuminating me on one side. It's not perfect. It's good enough. This is good enough for chroma. It's fine. It works okay. But I could do better. I could do better. So, yeah, Impy, what I ended up doing, my green screen, if you notice, it's pretty straight. There's not many wrinkles in it. There's a little bit. You're always going to get a little. But see how for the most part it's nice and smooth? Now, don't get me wrong. We could pull it to make it nice and smooth if we really wanted to. Yeah. I have this hanging on drywall, or on drop ceiling wire. It's hanging on drop ceiling wire. So you can get it pretty damn uniform. It's not very wrinkly. That's a huge one. You don't want wrinkles. The wrinkles will screw up the chroma. And then I have a big counterweight over here. I have a big counterweight. But yeah, see? There you go. It's not very wrinkly. It's good enough to pick up the chroma. No, it's not bad. But, yeah. You see how when I toggle the filter on and off, how my lighting doesn't really change too much? See what I mean? That's huge to get it right. But yeah, it's good enough. I could mess with the lighting and make it really, really nice. The right way to do that, I suppose, would be to put the lights on the ground and have them shine up at the screen. But that would mean I'd need a light right here, and my door is right there. So we run with a non-uniform lighting, and that's the price that I pay when you get like yellows on here. It's correcting the yellow because it thinks it's green because I had to set it to a higher nominal range. If you look, the Endeavor on my hat is still doing that too. It is what it is. Can't win them all, but it's good enough. Hey Racing Bro, thanks for the raid, buddy. Sweet Potato, you put a new intake on your Civic, it sounds way better than I expected. You want to see and hear. Yeah. Guys, to be honest, I kind of got to get this done, dude. I really would like to figure out how to put all these modules together. I'll just take a look at the picture. Oh, nice. Looks good, man. Just wrapping up a playthrough, Racing Pro. Frank, you're back from my cruise. What are we working on? I'm just doing a bunch of small things to get all these modules ready to go, Frank. I hope we have robotic arms put into the game. We already have robotic arms. What are you talking about? Yeah. I'm just trying to see what this little guy is now that I screwed with the damn screen. How was Christmas? It was fine, Impy. Hey, hope you and the fam had a great holiday. Yep. Have you seen the Smarter Everyday Saturn V video? No, I basically didn't touch my computer, dude, except for, like, posting on Twitter a couple of times. I gotta... For as much of a nerd as I am, guys, I think it's... I think it's healthy to be away from technology for a little while. So that's what I did. If you wanted to be fancy, you could do something like this. I don't know what I'm looking at there. Oculus, what is that? Yeah, Rocket, you gotta get the frick away, dude. I try to do it around holidays, and I try to do it on the weekends. Like Sunday, I don't touch my computer. Even though I really want to. I don't go outside, go do something else. In-floor lighting strip. Oh. I have carpet over concrete, dude. It's carpet over concrete. That would be hard to do. I don't have like a hardwood floor or something, but that is a cool idea. Oh, okay, Tessa. Yeah, I got you. Like, I was debating taking today off, too. And, I was debating taking today off, too, but the only reason I didn't is because Brimo didn't take today off, so I worked. What, no plywood subfloor? Dude, I'm in a garage. This is a garage. No, there's no plywood subfloor. I have carpet over concrete. It's a very, it's very TPS reports. Get it? I have a very corporate cheap carpet with white baseboard, white walls, and a drop ceiling. I wanted it to look like a cubicle almost. Yeah, I did that on purpose. I didn't take it off because you didn't take it off. Wait, what? Really? Ah, crap. You mean we could have had today off? No, you were the one that was worried about vacation time. Hold up a second. Hold up a second. Don't do this to me. That's bullcrap. You were the one that was worried about vacation time. That's what you said. No, absolutely not. This is not my fault. Yeah, but I just assume you're gonna work, so what's the point? You can't tell me you're worried about vacation time and then not be worried about vacation time. So messed up. This is not my fault. This is not my fault. All right. Your time is off by 2 minutes. No, your time is off by 2 minutes. Then I have Thursday and Friday off too? Your thumbnail is deceiving. So the thumbnail, sign, which I have no control over, which is just randomly taking screenshots from the stream, is deceiving. Okay. So Brimo, you have Thursday and Friday off? I saw a green screen, now I don't. It's been on the calendar. Well, I guess I'll take Thursday and Friday off then. Shoot, and play this game with me. What about the launch? What? Got a launch on Friday at 1:58 a.m. Where's the next place flight over there? Oh, I could be around for that. That's no problem. Remo will be asleep anyway. It's not Starlink. It's Aeros C3. There is a Starlink at 4:40 tomorrow, and I am gonna cover that because I want to. That would be Thursday night for us, Impy. Yeah, we'll cover these. No problems. Anyway. How much you want to guess that Falcon Heavy is going to get pushed? Yeah, it probably will. Fine. Chat, we gotta call Brimo out. We gotta call Brimo out on her deception. On her deception. And now I gotta take those days off to prove her wrong. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. They're testing V2 hardware make, from what I understand. You gotta prove. Oh no! How dare you! I'm so upset. Yep. How did I know you were gonna say that? I don't like this outcome one bit. I mean, I'll be here for the rocket launches, dudes. All right. What were we working on? Yeah. Okay. Alright, so that means we gotta get more payloads done. If I'm gonna take those days off, dudes. We're gonna reset with those days. We'll have to spend more time building. In the history of humanity, no man has ever won an argument with it would admit defeat and move on. No, uncapping. You get confused. You get confused. Brimo said it's been on the calendar for blah blah however long, and she's right, it has. So here's what I'm gonna do. She may be right, but I'm going to spite her by taking days off. This is how relationships work. This is a healthy relationship, right? See what I mean? You can admit defeat, that's fine. But if you want to get back, you gotta spite. You got to do something out of spite. See what I mean? It works. It works. And then if you really want to be a piece of crap, I mean, have a healthy relationship, you keep reminding them that you're doing this out of spite. You're going to spite Brimo by spending time with her. Yeah, Hillness, see? Got to be very careful. See, everybody wins with that. Oh, you remember I'm taking time off because of you. This is your fault. But see, also at the same time, I know that's what Brimo wanted in the first place. See what I mean? So everybody wins. I get to spite. I get to be a spiteful person because Brimo doesn't communicate with me. Either that or I'm too stupid to understand. It's probably the second one. And also, she gets her time off. See what I mean? Everybody wins, I think. Except for you, chat, but not my problem. I'm not in a relationship with you. The hell you aren't! Yeah, use array. That's my problem. The communications array was not extended. So the S-band antenna is on the fritz. Sorry. Actually, speaking of that, I'm going to need a communication. We're going to need communications with this thing. Just on a side note. Did you see the Streets trailer for Escape from Tarkov? I did not. Yeah, we gotta add a communications array for this. I don't think I put an antenna on it or anything. Sorry, Penta. I'm going through a tunnel. I'm losing the signal. Sorry. So I'm still kind of hung up on how we're going to assemble these things. So like the shuttle can pull Z1 out and then Z1's floating. So now what happens what's the next module that we're going to bring up? Do we bring up one of these guys? Do we bring up the HAB module and attach the HAB? Now I'm not so sure. Because I'm going to need the place for the shuttle to dock. That's what I was trying to look for in that PDF. So, Shuttle C early pre-integration utilization. So what they were proposing is launching the two nodes joined together with a solar panel array on the end. This PDF, Thomas, seems to propose using Shuttle C to launch integrated. Basically what they're doing with Gateway. I'm thinking, dudes, I'm thinking. Actually, launching the two 6-axis nodes together is not a bad idea. Because then we can just undock that, and it'll snap dock there. And then it'll switch that to a secondary docking port. That's actually not a bad way to do that. But that still begs the point. How the frick are we going to get those up there? On a shuttle, yeah. Yeah, that's, I mean, yeah, Jim, obviously on a shuttle. I mean, I'm more like, okay, so the shuttle always had a pressurized mating adapter to dock to during station assembly. I don't necessarily have that if we're going to build truss segment first. Let me do some research here for how this is going to go together. Yeah, okay. That's what we're going to have to do. I mean, it's probably better, guys, that I take more days off right now, to be honest with you. I still want to cover the rocket launches, don't get me wrong. But now that I'm really thinking about it, it's probably a good idea to get we need to get the shuttle payloads done. I need to get the station finished. First and foremost. That's really important. Because I want payloads to launch. But in January, guys, I'm going to make a hard push on the stream. We're going to make a hard push. But I do need to get kind of all that sorted out. Actually, now that I'm really thinking about it, probably should have put a little more thought into this than I did. Wasn't the original Space Station Freedom docking system just a shuttle bay active latching mechanism? Yeah, Aqualex for the most part, yes. Somebody gave Supercraft a tier 1 sub. There you go. That's cool. Hey, Supercraft. Yeah, Jim, that's what I mean. You know, taking Thursday, Friday off is probably a good idea. And maybe even variety streaming for these two streams is probably not a bad way to do things.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Horizon Nova, 34-month resub. So, guys, what I need to do is the hard push in January is going to be truck streams in the morning, and they're going to be truck streams in the morning, and then an 8-hour Kerbal stream on top of that. Yeah. Yeah. Actually, having a couple days to prepare for that is probably a good idea. Now that I'm thinking about it. Yeah, all of January, dudes. It's basically gonna be, I want to get like 6 to 8 hours of Kerbal in every stream, and we need to work on the truck too. Yeah, so we're gonna be working on the truck almost every day, and then Kerbal on top of that. I'm basically gonna go back to the quarantine stream schedule for all of January. Yeah, we want to do that way. That way the truck gets finished. Then we will really have a sad Bremo. That's for January. It's fine for right now. Still with the goal of visiting every planet in Kerbal. That's the idea, Benno. Yeah. Yeah. I just decided I'm gonna take Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday off, and then we'll hit it Monday. We'll hit it on Monday. That's when we'll. Actually, no, not Saturday off because not Saturday off because yeah, want to do a New Year's Eve stream. I'd like to do that. My plans for New Year's unfortunately just folded, which really sucks. I had some cool ideas, but we're probably just gonna do more GTA. Saturday off until like 8 maybe. Yeah, something like that, Bree. Yeah. Hey, RB. Yeah, Bree, sorry I didn't tell you. Yeah, the people that were coming down flaked, which I'm not too happy about, but whatever. So yeah, I'm just gonna probably do more GTA shenanigans and just have some fun. We had that other idea. I don't think it's enough time to get it done. Seriously, I don't think it's enough time. It's not enough time to do it. It's not enough time. Yeah. Now I'm thinking about like 1,000 different things. What's the 4 days off for? Hired. Now that I'm thinking about it, it's probably a good idea to get kind of prepared because for all of January, dude, I'm basically going back to doing 12 hours of stream a day for all of January. Like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And then GTA racing on Saturdays. I'm going to make a huge push with Kerbal, shuttle missions, everything. That's why I've been so incessant about getting these payloads ready to go. How's the fluff? We don't have any snow. RB? Yeah.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Yeah, so that's actually probably not a bad idea to do that way. I got to get all the parts for the truck. Got to start buying everything that I need to finish the truck. That's important. Yeah, guys, don't get me wrong. It's not just free days off. These days off are going to be preparing for this. Yeah, it's actually not a bad idea. Okay, yeah, I'm doing it. I'm gonna take Thursday, Friday off. And then Saturday we'll be here for New Year's, and then Sunday off, and then Monday is when we start. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I decided. I'll tell Drummer to make sure everybody in Discord knows what we're up to. Yeah. Yeah, it's a good idea. Cool. Anyway, let's get back to finishing these payloads. But Minecraft Mondays. Minecraft's will still be on Monday, dude. I don't know why you guys are giving me crap. I'm taking 2 days off so you can get basically an extra. You can get 5 weeks worth of content in January. Victim, you're starting your first career in KSP? Cool. Have fun, man. Will you be here on Monday for the rocket launch? Yes. All right, that's a good idea. Yeah, guys, honestly, on those days off, well, I'm going to do stuff with Bree, but at night, I'll probably be out here finishing these damn payloads. Just do it off stream so we can get it done quick. Like Kerbals want to launch into space. I just got to give them things to do. Just take care of yourself going back to 12-hour streams. That's what will access me taking these days off. Friday, Saturday, New Year's stream on Thursday, Friday, and then New Year's Eve on Saturday, and then Sunday on New Year's Day. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking. That's exactly it, yeah. Okay, in the meantime today, let's do up some prototype modules. So, yeah, Aqualex, we need to figure out the shuttle docking apparatus, don't we? I think this is the way that I'm going to end up doing this here. I'm going to... What we'll do is, we'll put the Z1 truss segment up there, right? And then, I'll take the shuttle and take one of the shuttle's docking systems, right, on this module right here. I think we'll do the HAB module. And then, with the HAB module and the docking system, we might be able to get that. We should be able to fit that in the payload bay with a docking adapter. Docking adapter will be vertical inside of the shuttle payload bay. We'll get an arm to grab this thing. We'll attach it. And then the shuttle should be able to grab the Z1 port and then attach it just like that. Aqualex, I think that's the way to do this. Instead of doing this, instead of grabbing Zarya like what they did on STS-88. So check this out. On STS-88, they took this module. So pressurized mating adapter 1, node 1, and pressurized mating adapter 2. They took those out. They took that out of the payload bay with the shuttle remote manipulator and then mounted it on the docking port. See? Now my station isn't going to need a pressurized mating adapter. We're not going to need that because I'm not docking to a Russian module, and the PMA and the docking adapter are going to be one piece. It's going to be one system. Easy peasy. Right? So that's going to be all one piece. We got to design that piece. And then once they mounted Unity in position, the shuttle moved close. The shuttle moved, basically station kept around with Unity attached to the docking port. And then wrangled Zarya. And then attached it together. Kenner, I'm 2 for your station. Yeah, eventually, sure, but I need a place for the shuttle to... Aqualex, we need a place for the shuttle to dock. So I can park it. For instance, if I'm bringing up the Canadarm, if I'm bringing up the station manipulator, I need a place for the shuttle to dock, and then I need a place for the manipulator to pop out and attach. That will make it, if we get this module and the Z1 truss segment figured out first. So we send up Z1 first. Or we could, if we send that one up, if we send that module up by itself, it has no propulsion. I don't want to do that. I don't want to free float a payload like that. The Z1 is good because it has gyros. It has control moment gyros on it. And that shouldn't screw with the hierarchy, I don't think. That'll still keep root part there, and then we attach that. We set this as station. Yeah. So that we'll send up this module first, and then we'll send up the HAB module second. And then from there, the shuttle can just dock up, right? And then I can have we can have the station manipulator move stuff out of the payload bay. Yeah, I'm really gonna have to think about how this all goes together. What about 2-arm operations? How would that work with the hierarchy? As long as I make the points of attachment for the 2 arms 1 degree removed from the root part of whatever module we're moving around Aqualux, it shouldn't matter. Shouldn't matter. Yeah, it'll be just fine. It'll work just fine. Yeah, that'll work. And then once that module is up, right? If we go here and then this module comes out, we could grab the arm, pull that thing around, flip the module, and then just dock it. We're gonna need manipulator points down here, and both of these, that module is gonna have to be upside down inside of the payload bay for that to work correctly. Because the arm needs to attach like right here. Oh, this is gonna be some hardcore missions, dude. That's cool. It's gonna be awesome. I'm actually pretty hype on that, dude. I'm pretty hype on it. Aqualux is gonna be cool, man. Alright, here. Let's figure out the shuttle dock system. So, I need my... Nope. We need... Mark 3? Nope. Mark 4. There we go. The docking guidance mechanism is crafty. Thanks, Geek. Thanks, Deke. Excuse me. Sorry, I misspoke. Yeah, that'll work. So, this is going to be inside of the shuttle's payload bay. And we just have to make sure that the shuttle doesn't screw up too hard with this. So here's what we're gonna do. This is just, I use something that gives me the right locations for the shuttle's payload bay, and it gives me an adapter. So here's what we'll do. Let me load up the orbiter by itself, okay? When a rocket will launch, they talk about universal time. Universal coordinated time. What is that used for? UTC, universal coordinated time. All rockets launch on UTC, so there's no confusion about when it launches. UTC, Clayton, is the time zone that goes through Greenwich, England. It's GMT or Greenwich Mean Time. All the rockets use it. Rocket launches are technically on a 24-hour clock just for so nobody gets confused. Also called Zulu time. Yep, exactly. All right, here's the orbiter by itself. Alright, so here's what we're gonna do. I have just the orbiter by itself, right? I was being lazy and didn't want to look it up. Okay. Oh, that's pretty cool. Oh, hey. When will this station launch? New Year. Birth. Yeah, it'll launch in the new year. Nice job eyeballing that. Yeah. Illness, we got a little bit of a problem, though. I was off by 1, dude. So this whole thing needs to go that way 1 tick, or else that thing's gonna be inside of the payload bay. But then again, that doesn't really matter, does it? Because here's how this is going to work, dudes. We take the manipulator positioning and move it out of the way, right? Here's how we're going to dock to the space station. I'm not docking like this, like with this thing coming in here. We technically only need to do that once. I want to attempt to dock how the shuttles were going to dock to Freedom, and that means going like this. Leaving the docking adapter there. How'd you make the alignment mechanism? It's an RCS ball, some fairings, and some thermometers. On my shuttle booster separation, the ET creates lift out of the side of the ET and it flips. I have no idea how to fix it. I was thinking I should occlude the top 2 tanks in a fairing since they only stick out and the rest are occluded. Trial and error, man. It's your craft file. I don't know how to fix your craft file, dude. Yeah, so my shuttle, when it comes in, we're going to dock like this. How the frick am I going to do that? Right now, fellas, I'm just working on the dimensions for the port. So my manipulator positioning mechanism is in the way. That is an unbound cal controller, so we might need to move my servo power, actually. Move those 3 in. So where I'm running into some problems here is with my latching system. So my latching system has 6 thermometers here, and how I usually had unlatched stuff was just toggle same vessel collision on 3 of those. But since the shuttle is docking to the station, same vessel collision isn't going to work. There's no way to pilot this thing into position, so to speak. Maybe I will need a pressurized mating adapter. I will say that pressurized mating adapters do make it easier, but if we just do a regular pressurized mating adapter and docking port, I have no alignment system. Then that means I need to engineer another docking port, which I'm not too keen on, to be honest with you. It's anything with a 1.8 meter fairing, Hilness. If you copy it, it breaks. I've noticed that. Mine does the same thing. Perhaps for these parts, we have alignment that's going this way instead of this way. Peace doesn't have one. Then I don't know, man. You broke it. You broke it. Find another solution. Street's closed, pizza boy. Find another way home. Yeah, I think that turning those points down is probably the right idea. Still one of the best sayings in any film, for sure. That's what I thought. Hey, drummer. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Once again, just how the heck are we gonna latch? Drummer, I'm gonna take Thursday, Friday this week off, dude. Spread the word. The reason why is because I want to go back to doing quarantine streams for January of 2023. We only need to do it for January because I want to get the 59 and everything done. So I'm gonna need a little bit of time to plan. Thank you for reminding me, Hired. I'll talk to you more about it in DMs. I just wanted to make sure we got the word. I never told you that long story. I didn't feel like typing it out on my phone, drummer. But it's something I can say here. I had plans for New Year's, and that involved people coming over. And those plans fell through, so yeah. The plan is just kind of go with GTA, dude. Yeah, should be fun. Yeah, that's the plan. It's the Patriots' fault, isn't it? No, that's a whole different thing. That's more stress level than anything. Actually, why don't I just have a pilot system down here? Hold on. You know what? I didn't even think of this. So, take the RCS mechanism, right? Right? Dump those. Oh, she's on a panel. Kelly, you're gonna be moving to upstate New York, Binghamton, in a couple months, and I assume the climate is fairly similar to you when it comes to temperature. How often do you use AC, if at all? The climate is very, very different. Very different. Yeah. You get a lot more snow than I do. In terms of summer, yeah, it's about the same. Binghamton. Wasn't there a racetrack here? Why does that name sound very familiar? Well, drummer, New York's fairly fairly big. Yeah. What do we got here? Trains. Trains. You're not gonna get the lake effect so much here, but yeah, you're out in Finger Lakes. Yeah, you're probably gonna get a little bit. That's higher up. You're up in the mountains up there. Well, not up in the mountains. Yeah, this area gets wailed on with snow, and then like here doesn't get as much, but it really depends. Like I said, I like where I moved. I'm down here. I have ocean on both sides, which is sweet. It just rains, which is great. The racetrack there was shut down because some bigwig moved about 500 homes within 2 miles of it, and the people complained about the noise from the track. Where is it? We should be able to see it. Dama, but yeah, par for the course. For summer, how warm does it usually get? You can get up to 90, dude. This summer was really hot. Yeah, it was like 95 to 100 every day, but it usually doesn't get that hot here. Hit the history button and change the year. I'm looking around, dude. I don't see no racetrack. Oh. What's this? This is 2002. Do you see any tracks, fellas? I don't see any racetracks. What's that? Nope. How far are you planning to get in KSP before KSP 2? I want to get pretty dang far, dude. I don't see any racetracks. Hang on. Yeah, I'm confusing with Bridgehampton. Bridgehampton's... There was a really cool racetrack out here that got deleted. Where is it? Yeah, Aqualix, I think so. Bridgehampton was awesome. It was an awesome racetrack. Dangerous. Hang Where the heck is it? I know it's here, but I think it might be that damn golf course. Yep. Yep. It's a friggin' golf course. Yeah, that's the track, dude. The elevation change was righteous, dude. Look at turn 1, turn 2, and turn 3. Ridiculous elevation change. Yeah, it was a racetrack, Adam, and now it's a stupid golf course. Main Straight's still there, though. That's kind of cool. But Frick golf. If I had to choose between golf and racetracks, I'm taking racetracks. Golf is cool, but... Ugh. Gross. How many golf courses are within... No, Minos, I just like car racing, dude. Yeah, I was gonna say it's the Hamptons. It's the Hamptons. Of course. Well, I'll tell you what, we want more golf courses. No, they don't sound like that. Now, don't get me wrong. I like golf. Golf's a good sport. But if I have to choose between golf and racing cars, please. That's just a shame. That's just a shame. SMH my head. What about golf versus acres of forest? What? Last time I checked, acres of forest is not a sport. You can go hiking. Well, that's good, Adam, but hiking isn't a sport. We're talking about sports. What are you talking about? Yeah, I know, Juber. Yeah, that is a good point. Golf course versus forest, but okay, you lost me, guys. I have no idea what I don't know where you're going with this. I swear, if you guys are turning this into some type of commentary about social status, I'm gonna slap you. Don't do that. Don't do that to me. Seriously, don't do that to me. Don't do that to me. Come on. Don't. Please. Please, 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 please. You know, people love interjecting their views about social status and class and stuff. People love doing that on the internet. Can you please not do that here? Please? Don't you get enough of that on wherever else? Okay. With that type of system right there, we can get good alignment. So that'll make it so if we do... Actually, no, it'd be better to just copy this. Hey, Rares, thank you. Opinions on your opinions. No. Kelly. Stop it. Stop it. I don't know anything about Bridgehampton. I don't know if the climate is similar or different to mine. You're going to have to look it up. I'm going to get back to doing what I'm doing. Bye. That's why I kill your mouth shut on that. Man, you're the worst offender when it comes to that stuff. What the hell are you talking about? What you talking about, Willis? Come on.
Go and run up.
You're the worst offender. Stop this. No. No. I have a rule about this, about you, in my damn chat. Don't you gaslight me like that, you dick. That's messed up, man. Why would you do this? Oh, thanks, man. I needed a good laugh. That was pretty funny. Place thermo bearings in 2x radial. Remove the RCS ball thermo bearing from symmetry and pull the thermometers off of one of them. Should be faster in terms of placement. I think I got this. I think I got all the spots that I need to build the module. Aqualex, that's what I was looking for. That's why I brought the shuttle in, just so we could get our dimensions, you know? I'll probably leave the shuttle there, just because that's kind of cool. We'll just leave her there. I wouldn't use this shuttle for anything because we sub-assembled it out of a... We sub-assembled it from another craft file, but... Yeah. Actually, that'll probably be good in here so we could also mess with the arm. But yeah, I have the dimensions of the docking port right here. Yeah, Roshmek, yeah, they like their golf there, man. That's for sure. See, we're kind of at the point where this needs to be really simple, so let's just, I'm almost thinking, fellas, literally just do this. Oh, that one needs to be forward a tick, like that. Yeah, there we go. Now we're even. I have to drill into my brand new router table wing. Oof. Sucks. Yeah, TJ. People are gonna people, dude. It is what it is. Cool, Creeper. That's neat. That's pretty cool, man. I'm almost wondering, do we need the panel there? Like, panel seems like a redundant part at this point, but then again, if we didn't have the panel there, I wouldn't be able to cover this gap up correctly. You know what? Let me check something. I want to see something. We could take the flags, right? If we did this right, I could take the flags and I could set it to the truss. That's actually pretty cool. Yes. Nice. Artemis hat when? I have to go through the entire rotation. I wanted to see if you guys would keep the Artemis hat, but yeah, Rough Front ruined that for everybody. Are those collidable? A little, yeah, they are, Jim. Yeah. Oh, that's actually pretty rad. How many hats are in the rotation? I have no idea. I don't know. Yes. That's actually pretty cool. That looks pretty awesome. We could even lower this down even more. Tell me these can get to the point where they're the same width. Oh yeah. Oh wait. Come on. Yes. Yes. It doesn't look half bad. Yeah, we're gonna need to. It's gonna need to be a large flag. It's gonna need to be like that. It's a shame it doesn't exactly line up, but it's close. But see, that kind of keeps our part count down. It doesn't look too bad. And that's, I'll be honest with you guys, that's basically what the other ones are supposed to look like. The Space Station Freedom ones, they were supposed to look like that. Let me find a picture. Yeah, I have a whole PDF on these things. They were... Yeah, those PDFs don't really get the point across. Oh, I freaking wish. Yeah, I'm not sure where it is. I think we just need to remove that and just put Space Station Freedom. Yeah, there they are. See? That's what the shuttle docking port was supposed to be. Yo, what up, Dan? How are you? I'm in love with KSP and I have a project due Friday. Get your work done. I'm telling you, get your work done. Don't be stupid. School is more important. Tony, especially if it's college, you're paying for that. Okay? Get your money's worth. Serious. Don't be dumb. I'm good, dude. Order myself a lap steel. Can't wait for it. Oh, okay. Alright. Get your homework done, dude. Don't be dumb. Yeah, you're paying for it, dude. Don't be an idiot. Don't do it, man. Don't be stupid. Run! You know what? I got another idea. Because these aren't... This looks weird because the flags are different sizes. What if we did... Nah. That's a shame. Could just do that and then just run some struts. It might be a little bit higher part count, but... That does look the part. And we know it won't really foul on anything either. And that would be a really good system for docking the shuttle. And if I'm looking at this right, they might even still be able to EVA out the shuttle's docking system. If when this module's attached, if we open the airlock and it goes through, they might be able to EVA out of that hatch. Which would be pretty freaking cool, actually. We should test that. And the cool part on top of everything here is that if this doesn't work, all I have to do is just tote that around. Hang on a minute. Okay, there. Now it's closed. We could just run the shuttle like a regular... Basically put a CBM on the end of the shuttle. Just like that. Then we wouldn't have to worry about anything being in the way. Okay, but remember to arch your shoulders. What's the flag pack that you use? That one. In chat, Intense. Now, this one is... I'm not sure if the truss segment thing is in there or the flag the flag textures in there. I'd have to update it. Flags are one of the coolest textures that you can do, man. It really brings another level of building to this. Because, like, if I wanted to make something like this before the flags are in the game, how would I make though? This would have to be all struts. We're replacing like 300 parts with like 50, which is really, really nice. But I am kind of worried. This station is 1,300 parts right now. But a lot of it is physics-less parts too, which is pretty sweet. So we're not going to get 1,300 frames. Yeah, like the frame rate that we'd get with 1,300 parts. It's more like 400, 500, 600 parts, maybe. Because, like, the vast majority of the parts here are physics-less, which is good. Yeah, or panels, Jim, in which case, yeah, they'd be like 300, 400 parts, dude. Yeah. Flags are sweet, man. Because you can use them to do stuff like this. How many struts would this be? 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't mind doing this way. It's actually pretty rad. Station's gonna look good. I was wondering how you were achieving such fine detail. Flags, man. Let's just take a look here. I want to see something. Yeah, it looks good. Hey, Rice, don't talk about that stuff here, brother. Come on. Don't force my hand like that, please. Everybody wants to talk about everything nowadays, man. I'm just here talking about space, homie. Yeah, that's gonna be pretty sick. It's gonna look good, man. I'm worried about 1,300 parts, though. I'll be honest with you, dudes. Kind of worried about it. Honor B, thank you for the resub. Supported my favorite streamer, Go Red Sox. Yeah, I was talking about something, but I did see your resub. Sorry. Yeah, go Sox, man. Hoping to see you soon, dude. Is this going to get deployed from the shuttle? Yeah. Glamour, yeah, it is. I'm trying to just kind of figure out how my shuttle's going to assemble it. because it's going to get deployed in pieces, just like the ISS was. I only have this much payload base space. So the reason why I have like the whole station in here and everything is because I'm kind of trying to picture how all this stuff is going to go together. Like how I'm going to assemble the station and whatnot. And fellas, like, I'm kind of worried because I don't even have all the modules that I really want. Aren't a lot of the parts physicsless and can be removed from EVA? Yes, that's correct. I would probably say about, well, let's tally it up. I think we said 10 parts per module, parts per connection. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? And then there's 5 there. So that's 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. If we wanted to do the same thing down here, we could. 70, 80, 90, 100. And then if we wanted to add anything down here, so it's at the very least it's 100 parts. At the very least. And then 110 from this one for the shuttle docking apparatus. I mean, 100 parts is good, but still gets us down to 1200. It's gonna be a lag fest, dude. Will the pieces be assembled by RCSing them together or by robo-crashing them together? The ARM will do it, Glimmer, and that's what I mean about not having all the pieces that I want. I need another ARM. I need a space station ARM, but I haven't gotten to making that yet. And guys, I put the provisions in for a dual keel, so I made it so we could go up and over with it and down and under with it, but I'm not sure. 2 arms. One is going to be attached to the station and the other one's going to be on the shuttle, just like real life. And if you're wondering what all this stuff down here is, just ignore that stuff. Isn't the space station one just a scaled up shuttle arm? No, it's similar for it, but it's not exactly the same. So the space station arm can be attached to anything at either end, so it can like monkey bar around the station. Quite literally, it's got like picture a hand, right? So the space shuttle arm has 3 big joints on it. It has the shoulder, elbow, and wrist, right? The space station remote manipulator system, or Canadarm2, is basically, you have your grapple point, which is your fingers, right? Then you have your wrist, then an elbow, right? And then you have another forearm and then another hand. It's like this. If that makes any sense. It would be like this. So 2 hands with elbows connected, right? Like that. If you're coming into the stream now, you're probably really confused. But the reason why they have is the shuttle's one is not designed to it's just designed to stay in the shuttle, right? The one on the ISS can monkey bar around the station. So it can grab something, unhook from somewhere else, use that to move around modules, right? And then it can attach somewhere else and then let go. And then basically you can grab something, let go over here, and then you have a remote manipulator system, right? And then you can go and grab something over here and let this side go, and then grab something over here like that. It's you can monkey bar around the station. It's actually pretty cool. Yeah, the other thing is that you guys like trains? I like trains. The ISS has something called a mobile base system on it. It's this thing right here. And if you notice, it's a train. It is a train. The mobile base is an electric trolley that's on the ISS. It's on the truss segment. And the arm can attach to the mobile base. See the grapple points right there? Actually, the arm is attached to one of the grapple points in this one. So they can attach the arm to this mobile base, which is a trolley that runs along the length of the truss segments. And you can get an arm out to the end of the truss system. See? There's the mobile base right there, and then there's 2 flat cars. Those are 2 flat cars for mounting things. So the astronauts, if they're going to go out in EVA, they can put stuff on here, and then they can ride on the train out there if they needed to. And you can see the rails right there. See the rails go all the way across. That makes it so this thing can go all the way out on the end. And then all the way over there. They do that if they're installing new hardware, or they need to do maintenance, or they're installing new solar panels. They can move that thing. Yeah, Glamour, that's one of the modules that I want to add. Yep. That's one of the modules I want to add, sure. I'm just kind of worried about my part count. Really worried about it. But I also have the modules so you can take away parts. I can take away alignment pieces and whatnot to simplify it. Like there's about, I use RCS balls right here and then thermometers as an attachment system to be able to line up stuff, because a lot of this needs to be aligned. The truss segments need to be aligned, because if they're not, my rail system is not going to work, right? If the rails aren't aligned, it could make the mobile base, it'll go slide and it'll get hung up on the rails. So I have alignment pieces that's designed to put all this together. We can remove those with Kerbal inventory in the stock game. I can remove the alignment pins after we attach the modules together. Toasted, your face is a module. Oh, okay. Thank you. How does it drive? Winch or cog? It's an electric train. It's an electric train. So think model trains, Katra. Yeah. Yeah, it's just an electric train. I'm not sure if the astronauts ride on this. I think they load the payload onto it and then move it into position, and then the astronauts EVA out to it. I don't recall off the top of my head anybody riding on the mobile base system while it was moving. It might have something to do with it being electrified, but, you know. Hey, Loopy. Thanks for the raid, buddy. Yeah, station does look good, though. Yeah, see, the other thing we gotta remember is that these modules don't even have anything in them yet. Shuttle does look good docked to this thing, though. Yeah. I gotta finish putting the insides of these modules. That's my only worry right here. We're at 1,300 parts. But like I said, the orbiter is about 500 of that, and then the vast majority of station parts are physics-less. So We shouldn't be getting 1300 part frame rates here. More like 600 or 700 with the shuttle docked. It shouldn't be too bad. And then once again, we can get rid of those physics parts. That's why my modules have inventory containers on it, so we can take the docking mechanism out. And that's the reason why I have the ladders there too. So we can take the mechanisms out and attach them. Sorry for the dumb question. Is there any way to have circularly docked modules? Yeah, of course you can, Glamour. But Kerbal doesn't read it like that. It won't read it. It won't read it like that. Kerbal has secondary connections and primary connections. So your primary connection, you can go A to B to C to D, but if you try to attach D back to A, even if you have a docking port to line it up, it'll just hold it in place. It'll be a secondary connection. Kerbal has a single tree hierarchy, a single branch hierarchy, which is what how I like to call it. You can't do this. You can go around and then make it look like it's connected, and you could even put a docking port there to hold it in place. But it doesn't like doing full circles like that. And you have to take that into account when you build. I went on a thing a little bit before you came in about how this is all going to go together. I'm basically building around the fact that I can't have a connection here, and then have that connection be... It'll have to be a secondary connection, but connecting those two things together is going to be a whole nother thing. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Hal, it doesn't like it at all. I remember you asked me that question a little while back. Like, why isn't my decoupler... Why aren't the two radial decouplers working? It's like the second one isn't connected. You'd have to run a strut there, a secondary connection, or a docking port. Or else it won't work. Curious if that'll be different in KSP 2. Yeah, Glimmer, I'm not sure. I hope so. That'd be kind of nice. Don't you think? That does look good, though. This looks nice. Pretty happy with it. I gotta figure out how the mobile base is going to work, though. That's gonna be difficult. How the frick are we gonna attach it? Loopy, that's probably what I'll do here. It's probably what I'll do. I'll send these up pre-docked, right? And then we'll attach them. And then basically it's going to try to think about that as a secondary connection. I'll hit the undock button here and it'll reroute that as primary. That's probably the best way to do it, to be honest, bud. Yeah, Halo PPE style. That's probably the right move. That'll make that easier to line everything up. Yeah, exactly, Theix. That's right. Yeah, it's not exactly an easy thing to solve, is it? With a shuttle dock like that, you don't have much freedom on your arm. Oh yeah, Laugh Slot, you're not wrong, dude. Oh, dude, that's... Severe movement constrictions, huh? Huh. We might need to do something like the PMA. That, like I said, there's a good reason why the ISS is the way that it is. There's the hierarchy, Glamour, if you really want to see. Yeah. See, if you look, right here where my two modules connect, see that? Where they're connecting to each other? There's no connection there. That's right there. See what I mean? There's no way to make it double back in. The game will understand that those two ports are docked together, but docking two secondary ports together is a secondary connection or run a strut. Yeah, that's just a hierarchical view of this. I use that for debug. You know what? I think I want to figure out the rest of how to put this stuff together off of stream. And I'll do that on my days, on Thursday night, Friday night. That's what I'll probably end up doing. But yeah, that's good. I don't mind this. This is nice. But Loopy, you hear what I'm saying? Putting those two together like that, that's actually a good way to do things. Okay, you know what we'll do? Here's what we're gonna do. Because there's a launch at 4 in the morning, we're gonna let's have some fun here. So what I want to do, how many of these modules are in orbit? None. I like to build out the entire station before we go any further. Guys, the stream that I was supposed to do on the 23rd when I lost power was supposed to try that polar orbit once around thing. Anyone? Let's try for it. I have an idea. Let's try for it. I want to see if this thing can do it, just out of curiosity. I also wanted to do some tests in terms of simulation of like launching into orbit and stuff. Like maybe we put this station on an inclined orbit because frick it, maybe we do that. It'll make things a little bit more difficult, but it'll be more fun. Increase the difficulty a little bit. Yeah, a little bit min-miss inclination could work. Polar station? I am not doing that. Freedom goes inclined in fueling station. Goes into equatorial. Maybe. Yours is 17. I'll think about it. So we're definitely not moving that into space, into polar, I'm pretty sure. So I'm going to do this without any payload. That's definitely not getting into polar by itself, so we'll run an empty payload bay for now. Before you go yeeting stuff, can you explain how your shuttle draws fuel from its main engines? You mentioned the main engines only draw fuel from the external tank. Is that achieved via fuel priority or something else? You could do it via fuel priority uncapping. Mine, well, I'll just show you. I made it look like it pulls fuel from here, but it doesn't. The fuel diagram looks like this. Now, it's powering the RCS, and it looks like it could pull from the fuel cells, but the fuel cell tanks usually are shut out during ascent. I just turned the fuel cells on. And if you look, my ohms pods and the RCS fuel tanks are attached via a non-crossfeed system. So it's not so much that these are isolated on a fuel system, it's very much the RCS and on-orbit maneuvering systems are isolated by themselves. I technically pull fuel through the shuttle's fuselage, which is not how this worked in real life at all. But yeah, I feed through the forward bipod strut, Badger, for the exact same reason why... like we can't join components together in a circle on the station. You cannot, this is an important thing to understand, you cannot flow fuel through a secondary docking port. You can't do that. The game won't understand what you're doing because it's a secondary connection. Secondary fuel connections have no crossfeed. That's very important to understand. So I have to feed through the primary docking port. That's what those fuel lines are there for. Actually, those fuel lines really aren't doing anything. It's just a hierarchical connection that's flowing the fuel, if that makes any sense. All right. SpaceX has yet to actually confirm the launch is happening. All right. This is the Vandenberg. Send it right. The Vandenberg orbit. Nice. I like that. All right, let's have some fun here. So what I'm going to try to do is launch the shuttle into a polar orbit, right? Deploy at apogee. Miko, circularize, right? Do once around, and then do a deorbit burn that gets me over KSC. Basically, polar orbit, shuttle goes up, goes into space, deploys the payload, or just, in our case, we don't have any payloads, so we're just going to coast. Comes right back down, one orbit around, and lands. That is going to be an extremely difficult mission to do. I want to see if we can do it, though, just out of curiosity. This is what I wanted to do for Christmas, because polar, etc. It's funny. Christmas, polar, going over the poles. If the shuttle ever launched from Vandenberg, is launch retro. It was going to, hired. For sun-synchronous orbits, you have to launch retrograde. Okay, let's do a test flight. All right. Fuel cells are on. Let's do this. This is just a simulated flight. Polar once around. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignite. Boosters addicted. We got a liftoff. No roll program, we're heading south.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hey, Xeon, 26 months. Thanks, buddy. Okay. Throttling back. Stand by for the call for Max Q. We have Max Q, 43 seconds in. Okay, stand by for the throttle up. Go at throttle up. Copy, go, throttle up. Shuttles into the transonic regime. Everything's looking good. So we have to negate the spin. When we launched, a force was imparted for us going this way because we're rotating with the planet. When you do a polar orbit, you should technically go more west, so we should be going over here a little ways to help us. Just a little bit. Yeah, see how our inclination should be changing. Yeah, see? There we go. That's what we want. Says, when do the SRBs have gimbal? I coded them in, Boost. I coded them in because I wanted my shuttle to have SRBs. The 5th generation shuttle, which should be the... I'm not going to say it's the last shuttle I'll ever build in KSP-1, but I wanted this shuttle to have SRBs that performed like the real ones, so I did. I increased their gimbal to 8 degrees from 1. And now the shuttle flies perfect every time. Polar orbit. Okay, stand by for separation. Got a good separation. (103) converge. I have made Cal Control launch sequences, Glamour. This is partially automated. It's partially automated systems on the shuttle. I still fly it. Just like the real one. The real one was partially automated as well. Don't get me wrong, it wasn't... Nobody ever manually flew a shuttle into space, from what I understand. Saturn V, though. Yeah, absolutely. They did fly the shuttle manually down on re-entry once. That was on STS-2. But yeah, I have partial automation. Because it would be boring if it was an automated ascent every time. That would suck. Okay. There's really no taliboard out of here, so we're gonna press the ATO here. What's my apogee? Set 90. Okay. Gotta go down here a little ways. 3 main engines still looking good. Okay. Everything's still looking good here. We should have the Delta V, easily have the Delta V to circularize. The thing is that how are we going to bring this thing back down? Stand by, press for Miko. Press for Miko. We have Miko confirmed. Main engine shutdown. Stand by for separation. We have good separation. I don't think the boosters are still there. Oh my gosh, they are. Let's see if we can get them. You know, for fun. Alright, let's see. Oh, nice. We got both of them. I was able to get both of them. Alright, alright. Nice. Yes. Okay, so while the orbiter's coasting, we're gonna ride these suckers down. This one seems to be a little bit lower. The drogue chute should deploy here. This one's a little lower than the other one. We got a drogue. Okay, one drogue. Fairing separation. Fairing separation, okay. Pop the chute off. Deploy the chutes! You suck! Why didn't it deploy the chutes? Great. I got 2 nose cones back. And 1 booster. Not like SpaceX. No, there's SRBs. They don't need to they can't propulsively land. Oh, great. What am I going to do with one booster and 2 damn nose cones? I don't know why those chutes didn't deploy. Wasn't there a shuttle that was going to have flyback boosters? It was proposed, but never got off the drawing board. Max G's? Yes. I don't know. I'm not exactly sure. So, how the heck are we going to do this? We're really not going to have much time before KSC really falls out of favor here. This is a... Dude, like, don't get me wrong. You guys know how I am with this stuff. I'm kind of like, you know, if the astronauts know what they're getting into, you know, then... If you know the risks involved, that's fine. If the risk is well understood, if it's you know, even if it's dangerous, the astronauts are up for it. Do it. This is kind of ballsy. Like this is a very risky way to launch payloads into space. I don't know, Hotel. It said something, dude, but no, screw the desert runway. We need to bring it back to KSC. We have to do one gnarly freaking S-turn during re-entry. I think we might be able to get it with how I understand S-turns. Oh, I gotta make sure my ET umbilicals doors are closed. Are you running any graphics mods or other visual stock? Chat. Does an X-37B fit inside? I could make one fit inside nut if we were gonna do that. But, you know, that never happened. Right? Okay, firing the OMS engines. Had the satellite recovery mission. It was an upper stage recovery mission, MotoKid. I got it back. It's the first time I've ever pulled a stage out of orbit with the shuttle. With the shuttle's arm. I used KMUs before. First time I ever did it with an arm. And man, did it feel good. We got it, dude. So the key to do this is to practice in the SPH with getting the numbers for the arm right. And then go and do the mission. Who knew? That's literally what NASA does. If you practice it in the SPH first by just, you know, moving the arm around, figuring out the numbers that you need, dude, it works. And that's why that mission was so huge, because it proved that as long as we practice how to put the station together, I could put the station together with no KMUs, with just a robotic arm. Okay, 103 by 100. So now what we would do is, let me make sure we can get this into a configuration. This version of the shuttle in here doesn't have the S-band antenna, interestingly enough. New hat. This one? No. Snibbles did tell me to do a hat change a second ago and I missed it. Because probably busy. Busy! It's an Aurora observing mission. Is there a space junk mod so you can go out and look at Saturn boosters, etc.? I don't think so, Nut, but there are comets that you could go look at. So we're gonna have to do our deorbit burn like over here somewhere. Your shot is in the clouds. No, it's space. What are you, blind? We're gonna have to go up there. Yeah, it's gonna have to be something like that. Okay, so now this is where we would be doing deployment operations. Oh man. Dude, when we get around, we're gonna be over here somewhere. I'm not sure I have that kind of cross-range capability, but we'll see. We'll see. You've never seen this hat? Oh yeah, dude, I've worn this before. I do have some new hats that I got over Christmas. I had them on at the beginning of the stream. And I wanted to see if chat would like notice that it's a new hat and keep the new hat. They didn't. They didn't care. Okay, close the payload bay doors. Where did your sunglasses go? They're in a case right there. All right. All right, let's see if we can bring her back down. Oh yeah, oh no, yeah. That Artemis cap was money, dude. Yeah. Negan Mox, thank you for the raid. What changed your mind about mods? The visual mods were just too nice, dude. It makes it really, really nice. I didn't really add any gameplay mods, dude. It's just visual, and then I guess Kerbal Konstructs. But yeah, you know, the Kerbal Konstructs like makes it so you can build runways around KSP, around Kerbal and stuff. Parallax is pretty sweet. But yeah, the game still plays exactly the same, dude. It's the same game. It just looks a little bit nicer. Alright, let's go down here like this. And as we go up over the North Pole, hear the jingle bells. Oh my goodness. How the frick am I gonna do this? Alright, so we need to take a left. Right, we're coming up here. We need to go left. Right? So I'm going to dial in a little bit of bank here for the shuttle. And then I'm going to make sure my speed brake controller is up and in the activated position. Body flap is in the activated position as well. Yeah, because as we get up over the North Pole, this is going to invert. So right now it says I'm heading 315. Which is technically right, but 315, if we keep going, is going to be... Yeah, the compass will invert, so we need to do something like this. And we need to just bank the shuttle a little ways and keep my roll control actuators on. Trim roll. We're undershooting. I didn't do it right. I burned at the wrong point. We're gonna come down somewhere over here. Unless I can coast us. I should have... The P should be below KSC, not above. I didn't do that right. Well, at least we can see if we have the cross range. If we have the cross range, I'll do my deorbit trajectory right. I should have burned over here instead of right here. I burned right here. Should have done it right there. I did it wrong. You could use the orbiter maneuvering systems to kick it. Yeah, I suppose. It's really gonna screw us up though, Luke. That should be enough. Yeah, my P needs to be like way out there. I think we skipped like that and then... Let's see if we have the cross range. Hopefully. Because I need to be over here. If we just kept going, we'd come down in the ocean. This is what makes polar orbit once around so difficult. Oh, there goes the compass. Oh, okay. Look at all that ice down there. So see how the shuttle's kind of coming in sideways? We got to take a turn going like Mach 10 right now. I have to make sure we come in over here. If I can get it up over the mountains, we can circle around and come in. It's going to be difficult though, man. 70 is my maximum, just like the real one, Loopy. Yeah, this isn't gonna work. We're gonna come down over here somewhere. Let's just see if we can change the heading. How much we can change it during re-entry. Don't do a Maverick now. Nah, I'm alright. Just trying to manage expectations. Yeah. Does the turn shorten your range? Not if it really is angle of attack, Nut. If I keep the AOA low, we keep the AOA low like this, and we keep the bank high, it's more moving trajectory left to right, cross range, as opposed to downrange capability. We can kind of surf the re-entry. I'm just really trying to see if this is making us do anything. I mean, that's what the shuttle could do in real life. That's why it has those wings. So we could do polar orbit once around. That's why they gave it the wings in the first place. Nothing right now, Nova. It's abandoned. Slick 6 is AIP right now, which really, really sucks. We just basically need to see if I can turn. If I can get us the prograde indicator at like 135 for this re-entry, heading 135, then I think we can do it. What if Slick 6 gets demolished? I don't know. What's your rate of turn? Banana? Oh, I'm losing it. I'm losing it. It doesn't like this. But we are turning. Look, we're changing our trajectory. There we go. If we can get over here, like if we can get to this river mouth, I'm gonna call it plausible, but that's way over there. I did do the re-entry burn at the wrong time, Nova. I'm not sure what gave it away. Back to the jet engines, I guess? Ew. No. No, I'm good. Kerbal's just too small to do something like this. Oops, didn't mean to be Captain Obvious. Yeah. All good, man. This does not bode well for our cross-range capability, though. We really don't have that much. It's all good, Nova. No worries, man. No problem. Yeah, once you get below 20, she starts falling, and she starts falling. Oh gosh. Okay. Okay. Calm down. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way we're doing this. Even if I get the deorbit burn right, we're still... So, that would get me right here. There's no way I can fly that far. Yeah, Crash, that's literally what I'm saying. But yeah, it's just not gonna work. This is what I keep trying to tell people, and people are like, "Oh, you can't do it because no balls." I'm like, "Yeah, you're not listening." That's like saying, "Hey, jump and go to the moon. Can you jump high enough to reach the moon?" What? Like, go hard on the bank and angle of attack from entry interface and ease off when you need be. Loopy, this was about as maximum as you can get for entry interface here. It's the maximum cross range capability of the shuttle. Kerbal just rotates too fast. Don't get me wrong, this could get me to here, which is pretty insane considering our trajectory was right here. That's pretty friggin' good for a glider. But yeah, it's... If I put a runway over here, put a runway down. If I put a runway there, maybe. But yeah, Kerbal rotates too fast because it's small. Would an inclination change at South Pole? No, to line up with KSP. I mean, yeah, we could, Golden Goose, but how much RCS can I really spare? I need all that RCS to stabilize me through cross range. I mean, don't get me wrong, this is pretty freaking good. Shuttle also didn't always have land where it started, right? For a brick, it flew pretty good. Wait a minute, is this KSP 2? No. I meant the runway is not necessarily at the launch center. But with polar orbit once around, it was. Boost. Yeah, it was. We ditching in the water. In this simulation, sure, why not? Yeah, I'm just messing around, guys. This is my engineering mode save. This is where we do R&D. I mean, Loopy, yeah, we'd have to go re-engineering a new re-entry trajectory if we were going to do something like that. But I think even at 50, we would just skip off the atmosphere. I really don't think it's a good idea. You're gonna kill Jeb in this save too. Jack, you understand that this is my simulation mode, right? Yeah, I see the cap. It's still a stupid joke to make. Saying, oh, you're gonna get killed in simulation mode would be like saying you die if you crash in Flight Simulator. This isn't the Matrix, bitch. I'll take my time out. Oh, good to know she floats. Well, the arm didn't like that. The arm didn't like that at all. You can't park there. Yeah, can't you read the sign? No parking. Seeing her in the water hurts. That's in one piece. Just add an outboard. It'll be fine. Yeah, Fruta, the water is like pudding. In Kerbal. That actually gives me hope if we ever have to ditch that way. Spiffy, if we ever did that with the shuttle, you'd probably have 15 minutes max to get the frick out of there. Maybe 10. Now think about that for a second. 10 minutes, oh, that's not a big... You're wearing a spacesuit. Not exactly easy to move around in. You have to unplug yourself from the shuttle. You have to unbuckle yourself, right? Providing you're in one piece after slamming into the water. Now the hatch is down by the water. And now the hatch is underwater. Because the shuttle's sinking. Opening the hatch is no-go. The egress procedures for the shuttle in the event of a water ditching is blowing the top 2 panels off of the shuttle. So the shuttle up near the very top, those two windows, they can blow out. That whole top panel just pops off. They can activate a system, it'll just blow that panel right out. It'll blow the pressure vessel, blow the outer skin of the shuttle. And then you basically climb out. But yeah, that's the procedure. Yeah, those 2 windows right there. They pop out. They're a blowout panel. The old ejection system. Yeah, pretty much. Oh, there you go, Pythos, yeah. Cool. Yeah, Kerbal? Kerbal's awesome, man. Really fun game. Oh, no, not fly. Oops. I was gonna say, is this thing at the bottom of the ocean? Alright, recover the booter. So, we'd have to really screw around with re-entry trajectories with the shuttle to get it right. It really depends on how much plane change we can dial into a deorbit burn, I suppose. But it's not really going to be much. Booster and recovery. Boosters and ignition. No Raptor, what's that? Hey Jay, hope you and Brimo and family had a great Christmas. Also, hope you're doing fairly well in the blizzard. There is not a drop of the white stuff outside. Or an icicle of the white stuff. I got lucky, midget. It's because I'm near the water. No snow. Not yet, at least. Yeah. Up in Anchorage, they got 6 feet of snow. And Anchorage is not near me, is the end of that sentence. Let me look. Yeah, it's just all rain. Yep. I like where I live. Are you in Alaska? No, I'm not even close to Alaska. I'm very far away. Like I said, I don't live there. Not even close. It's a link to a mod that can show your trajectory well on orbit. Nah, that's dumb. Are you serious? At Huntsville, it snowed and ice so bad I had to stay in Nashville before I could come home. Yeah, no, it's 30 degrees out, Frank. 30 degrees out here. It's a little cold, a little on the cold side, but it's just rain. So we've got nothing but rain. In Quebec, so we had some very big storms. Yeah, Steve-O, all that stuff, all that storm, that snow for you is rain for me. I'm about 6 hours south of you. Actually, about 7. 71F, where you at your favorite part of the year? Yeah. Yeah, Hammer, if that last rainstorm that came through had been all snow, there would be like good 6 feet of snow on the ground. Easily. Easily. Steve-O, how much snow do you have? How much snow do you have? It's a lot, isn't it? Are you up over 2 meters? Hopefully not. $35 centimeters? Okay. Okay, so, yeah, I mean, that's, yeah, it's a little over a foot of snow. That's still a lot. It's still a pain in the butt. Like, yeah. Plus some freezing rain. Yikes. Yikes. Okay, dudes. Do we have any word on that SpaceX launch, if that's going to happen at 4 in the morning? Like, has SpaceX confirmed that Starlink launch? I don't want to stop the stream early and then go to bed and then have it wake up in the morning and frickin' have it not be there. EJ, question. Is there a best way for re-entry to Earth, like from east to west, for example, or does it really matter? Mokum, it really more depends on what's re-entering. Yeah, what's re-entering? What are you bringing back down? If you're bringing down people, you're going to fly in a very different trajectory than if it's like a nuclear warhead, for instance. Yeah, it has to do, the trajectory has a lot to do with who's on board and where, yeah, what Rocket Guy said, the second part of what I was going to say. It's where you're landing. Where are you trying to go? I'm not yawning, shut up. Okay, ablation. That's right. Let's see. Is there a YouTube link? I'm looking around for something. Give me 1 second. What if you have both humans and nuclear warheads on board? What, like Dr. Strangelove? I'd probably want to fly on the trajectory that is most forgiving for people. There's no YouTube link for the launch, at least not on their YouTube page. You don't tweet about it either. T-minus 10 hours, 31 minutes, and nothing. Pretty weird. Would love to see you play some Noita. Sage, it isn't going to happen. What the heck is Noita, Zubdi? What's that? I don't know. Noita is a magical action roguelite set in a world where every pixel is physically simulated. Oh, interesting. Did you see that Beaver Simulator had an update? I did. Yeah, man. The physical simulation is actually pretty cool. I kind of want to wind down and chill for the rest of the stream. Because, guys, if I decided, like, if I'm going to take... Like, we got to be careful about this rocket launch. So, I decided if I'm going to take Thursday, Friday off, which I am, that I'll probably spend a little bit of off time on those days finishing the payloads. I'll probably do that off stream. Don't worry, I'll bring everybody up to date on what I build. But yeah, I kind of want to, this week, building up, because it's gonna be a lot of Kerbal from here on out, like more than what we've been already doing. Kind of want to chill down and, I don't know, want to play Cities or something? Play Cities. So I'm watching material for whenever you get the time. It's well made. Is this Star Citizen? Why are you linking me, Star Citizen? Don't link me, don't do that. That's like giving your best friend meth. Why would you do that? Yeah, fellas, I'm gonna switch us over to Cities. We'll play Cities for the rest of the night, have some fun. Maybe we'll do some variety streaming tomorrow, too.